good evening, and we're live here on the site of Rose Stadium in the Rose City. I'm Maurice Lannon, and joined to my left here today, I know you can't see him, but we have a new broadcast face in the booth. You'll see plenty this year. Former Red Raider Jeremiah Turner. Jeremiah, it's good to be with you. First game, little jitters. How you feeling?
I got some. I won't lie. I was up quite late last night. It was a little late to work this morning.
Yeah, I got you.
But I am, to say the least, excited to get started with you all tonight. This is going to be really fun.
Yeah, so Jeremiah Turner obviously played for the Red Raiders back in the day, went to Ouachita Baptist, had a good football career there. I know you guys won a whole lot of games, but is this your first time back since? Because yes. I know you play on Saturdays.
Yeah, I do play on Saturdays. It wasn't, trying to make that commute from Arkansas to Texas just wasn't happening. So it is my first time back in the stadium, as I told Sam earlier today when I seen him. So it looks good. I mean, I think they redid the field since since I last played.
They redid the press box.
Yeah, the press box too. I mean, it just looks totally different. It looks great. So I'm just ready. The building looks great. Stadium looks great. I'm just ready to see some great football now.
Yeah, and it should be hopefully a good football game. I will preface our broadcast as we start with a few things. This camera angle that you're seeing right now, we're hoping that is not the case all year. We're on Huddle today. We're hoping next week, obviously the big rivalry game next week. If not, the week after that, we will have a different camera setup. It'll be more of a manual setup. We also will not have the score clock on your broadcast tonight. Unfortunately, our equipment decided not to work earlier this week when it had been working all summer. Didn't work. So we're going to have some limitations with the broadcast tonight. I just want to preface and hammer home, it will be better. It's a work in progress. We're working here to make the best experience possible. But we're going to have some new stuff coming. This is what we have for this week. Hopefully it's different in future weeks. We're going to take a 1-minute timeout and talk about the Tigers and the Red Raiders on the other side of this break. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics presented by Biggs and Greenslade Law.
I was actually involved in a rear-end collision, and I was injured. It's not a fair and perfect world. Sometimes you have to have an attorney, and I just happen to know a good one. If you were to hire them, they're not gonna promise you the world and under-deliver. I received a pretty sizable amount of compensation. It would have been a nightmare if I hadn't reached out to Biggs and Greenslade.
We always dreamed of upgrading our car, but trying to navigate it all? It felt like being lost in a maze. Then we found Kelly Community, where someone finally helped us find the way. They listened, asked questions, built a plan that worked for us. With competitive rates, simple approvals, and real rewards for loyalty, we finally felt in control. Now, we're not just driving a car, we're driving toward our future, backed by a team we trust. Kelly Community Federal Credit Union. Feels good to do.
Welcome back here from Rose Stadium as we're getting closer to kickoff here tonight. Reese Lane and Jeremiah Turner along for this one. Texas High and Tyler Legacy. Jeremiah, I know you never got the chance to play Texas High, but they play some pretty good football up there in northeast Texas, and you weren't too far away at Ouachita, were you?
Right. No, I was just about an hour and 15 minutes, if that, down the road from Texarkana in a little town called Arkadelphia, Arkansas. So I actually had the chance to go to school and play college ball with a couple guys from Arkansas High, and Texas High.
Yeah.
So they talked about it all the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I did get to see Texas High in a track meet one time up in the DFW area. But other than that, no, I never got to see them on the football field. But I'm sure, based off the kids I played with in college, they definitely have something in store for us tonight.
Well, we got to talk about the Tyler Legacy Red Raiders, and before we can, we're actually going to read over their starting lineups, actually. First game jitters, I'll make sure that this gets taken care of, but first game jitters at the defense first. We're going to talk about the offense first. Kason Gray at quarterback making his first career varsity start. He's flanked by Pearl Jackson amongst others in the backfield. To Caden Brown, Harris Brownlow, and DJ Owens at receiver. Bo Slaughter, the senior tight end. The offensive line goes to Marion Johnson, Nathan Power, Eric Miller, Anthony Antunez, and Tristan Woods amongst the offensive line. On the defensive side, let's take a peek at it. The Red Raiders defense commanded by head coach Bo Trahan's brother, Brody Trahan. Ramon Gabriel, Adam Anderson, Luke Allen. That's the three up front, the three backers. Austin Humber, Jacob Harris, Bauer Sibley in the secondary. It's Ethan Brown, Jaden Walden, Elijah Richardson, Staden Boone, and Micah Harris. And Jeremiah, before we get any closer, I know you're going to tell the story about some point. We might as well tell it right now. Ethan Brown was once on Jeremiah Turner's youth basketball team.
That is correct. So I had the honor and privilege of coaching Ethan Brown.
Did you ever see him becoming this type of player?
I didn't know that he was going to put up stats like this, but I did know that he would do something because Ethan was that guy on my team.
Yeah.
He didn't shoot, couldn't shoot. But if I needed somebody to drive hard to the lane, get on the floor for a loose ball, get a rebound, or go for a steal, whether he fouled the person or not, Ethan was going to get that job done.
Yeah.
So it's good to see.
He's playing safety now. That kind of adds up.
It does. I think that fits his play style on the basketball court very well.
But we do have to talk about the starting quarterback. So Zach Davis is injured to start the year. They're hoping to get him back at some point this season, but that's going to push young Kason Gray, just a sophomore, standing at about 5'11", into the starting role. Jeremiah, I know you played a lot of high school football, obviously. It's got to be a lot of pressure for on a sophomore's shoulders going into week one, but I know he at least has the luxury of knowing, hey, I have a good offensive line and tight ends that can not only block, but catch as well. That's got to play a factor.
It definitely does, man. When your front seven are as big as ours and they got some experience too with having some returners, I would feel very comfortable in the pocket.
Yeah.
Of course, every now and then there'll be a breakdown, but from a young guy, it's reassuring to have some guys up front that know what they're doing.
Well, we got to talk, too, about Texas High. Number 6 in the preseason 5A Division II rankings. They have stars all over the field. Their running back, Tredarian Ball, he's going to be an Oregon Duck next year. Duncan McGee committed to TCU. Coy Ford, the left tackle, is a top 50 player in America for the junior class. This is a loaded Texas High team. Tyler Legacy's going to have to play a very good game, or they're going to have to play their best game in order to have a chance to win this game. But you look at this Tyler Legacy team, and I talk about the offensive line, you've got to be able to establish a run in a game like this against a team of this caliber.
I believe we'll be able to do just that. I mean, I know in my time here, I had some great running backs. So I know
you played next to Jam Miller, Bryson Donnell.
Yeah, we had some cats, and of course we've always had a big old line up front.
Yeah.
East Texas put out some really big boys, at least on that line. So I think we'll be able to get the job done tonight. Maybe not. We might not be as dominant as we want to, like you say, game one.
Yeah.
But I believe we will be. If we can establish some kind of run game, that'll put the defense on their heels, bring everybody up close, and maybe we can hit them over the top. I know we got some young receivers, but I'm excited to see what we can do in the passing game as well.
We're going to talk more about the young guys on this team that we're going to see this year here in just a moment. We're going to take a 30-second timeout. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics.
Do at Biggs and Greenslade is partner with our clients and help them navigate a complicated process. I spent 10 years as a prosecutor and 10 years as a police officer before that, so I've had experience on every aspect of our court system.
I used to work for insurance companies. I was their trial lawyer. I know exactly how the insurance companies evaluate claims. We will make sure that we're hardworking so that we can take over your case and allow you to take care of yourself.
Back here from Rose Stadium as we're getting closer to kickoff. Reese Land and Jeremiah Turner along for this one. Texas High and Tyler Legacy. These two teams met last year, which we're going to take a peek at your screen right now. You can see the box score from last year between Tyler Legacy and Texas High. That game, the score actually is incorrect. It is 37-13. Those fourth quarter points were all Tyler Legacy got. Zach Davis making his first start in that game. But Jace Love in the backfield today, who we're going to get to in a minute. 15 carries, 107 yards, and a touchdown. You talk about that offensive line up front. He's going to be in the mix. Pearl Jackson's going to start the game, but Jace Love, amongst others, are going to get opportunities. This Texas High team, though, last year, I know you weren't there, Jeremiah. It was an impressive offensive show. They put points on the board early, 21 of them. This is a really good ball club that can score in bunches, and they have a new quarterback this year in Cam Reitner, who started as a sophomore due to, at the time, starter David Potter's injury. Potter was healthy last year, played the game. Reitner played receiver, and in that game, he was one of their best players. It's a really versatile athlete. They kind of run that read option, the RPO-type offense. How do you contain the speed of Texas High if you're Tyler Legacy?
That's a good question. Honestly, with me having little knowledge of how our defensive line plays, in our front seven on our defense. I'm not entirely sure how much speed we have out there. But if it was me, I would keep some outside backers in the lanes, on the outside, right outside of the tackles, and try to force everything inside. Just try to force everything inside to our big men. Because I do know that we have some really big men in the middle. Our nose guy is pretty big, and our tackle, right defensive tackle, I think is pretty big as well.
Yeah, and I know actually you play pickup basketball with one of the guys in the offensive line, Anthony Antunes. This is going to be his first year starting. He looks great, and Coach Strahan has nothing but good things to say about him. Tell us a little bit about his basketball background.
Okay, well, not to put him out there like that. I don't know if he's supposed to be playing with us or not, but he's an excellent dude. He's for a big guy. He moves so well on the basketball court.
Yeah.
Let's say if I was to drive past him going to the rim, I might get that first step, but he's going to be right there with me by the time I make it to the rim. He's got really good mobility and movement. I'm excited to see what he does on tonight.
Well, we got to talk about the Tyler Legacy defense now. Obviously, last year losing a guy like Simeon Garner up front is a big blow, but guys like Ethan Brown, who we mentioned earlier, and we're going to actually pop this up on the screen now. Ethan Brown's numbers last year. Actually, I think I got the wrong stat. I apologize. But Ethan Brown last year, like I said, it's first game. I'm going to have kinks. But Ethan Brown last year, 105 total tackles, 3.0 for loss. He had 4 pass breakups. He also intercepted 2 passes. He does a little bit of everything. As you see the Tigers taking the field in the white jerseys, white pants, white helmet. It's a whiteout for Texas High here tonight. But a guy like Ethan Brown, they were contemplating, hey, do we play him at linebacker this spring? But he's in that kind of boom safety role. I know you've seen the 3-3-5 before. Kind of describe that box safety near the line of scrimmage for those who may not know.
That box safety plays a really big role, man. It's somebody who could, if need be, he could come out and cover a receiver, or he could stay in the box and be just what he's supposed to be, a dominant presence, killing the run game.
Yeah.
And from his stats, I think he did just that last season. So we can probably see more of that tonight.
Ethan is definitely a special player on this defense, but defensively for Tyler Legacy this year, at least you see a lot more depth as the Red Raiders now taking the field. A lot more depth, especially on the defensive line. We'll talk about that more as this game goes on, but they're going to have their hands full here tonight against Texas High, a fantastic team out of Texarkana. Any final thoughts before we get this one started? I know it's your first game. You haven't seen a whole lot. You're getting thrown right into the fire right away, but I'm excited to kind of see how you go along because you played here. This means something to you.
Yeah, man. As I'm just watching them come out of this Big T, I'm like, man, memories.
Yeah.
We didn't run out of a big old. We didn't run out of nothing like that in college. We didn't even have nothing like that. So it's just so much nostalgia going to the Southern Bells. We didn't have. I miss all that. So I really wish I was on the field right there with them, just listening to the band and all of that. But I know I can't today.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited. I don't have nothing. I'm just ready to get the game started.
Excited. That's a good word to put it. Week 1, Game 1. Tyler Legacy, Texas High coming out on the other side of this break. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics presented by B&G Law. you ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Back here at Rose Stadium, ready for kickoff here. Tyler Legacy and Texas High here on a start. It started to rain, but it's gone away, at least for the second. Hoping to avoid some thunderstorms here tonight as well, but we're about ready to get underway. Texas High and Tyler Legacy. Texas High's won 3 in a row. They've won each of the last 3 years coming in. Prior to that, the teams didn't play between 2022 or 2021 and 2014. The last matchup before that, 2013, Tyler Legacy won it. So hoping for some of the same omen here today. Just about ready to go.
Looks like we got a little bit of wind out there too. The ball's already falling off the tee.
Yeah, you can go back to your point. I know it's first game hiccups. You didn't have it pulled down. It's all right.
Oh man.
Kicking away for Texas High here. Looks like Ian Delkus. He'll put a squibber. Gonna have to come up to get it is Bauer Sibley, and he is met right away by a host of Tigers around the 31-yard line. That's where Tyler Legacy will start. That was a little dangerous.
Yeah, it was. I'm surprised he didn't first catch that one, but I'm glad he held on to it.
So Tyler Legacy will set up offensively, led by their new quarterback, Kason Gray, the sophomore, two-sport athlete, basketball player. He's going to play some point guard for Kyle Smith here this winter, but first he's got to play some football, and he's making his first start here today. Tyler Legacy starters already mentioned. We'll get to him here in just a second as we get ready for snap 1. Gray in the shotgun. Looks like he has Pearl Jackson off to his left. He'll fake to Jackson. RPO out to TK Brown, who's got room. 35, 40, and all the way up to the 45-yard line. TK Brown, as there's a slap at the end of the play.
Oh, yeah.
And I really thought Texas High was going to get flagged there.
That's all right. That's how you start off a game. Let them know you're here.
Again, I apologize. We will have no scoreboard on the broadcast here tonight. Kason Gray in the shotgun. He'll give off to Pearl, straight up the middle. Nice hole for Pearl Jackson as he crosses midfield. And Tyler Legacy second and short. You got to love that on first down, getting a nice pop play, and you kind of set yourself up here to take a shot if you want it.
You definitely do. Let's see what they decide to do here. 2 tight end set.
Tempo, Von Lane, and TK Brown moved before the snap. So wipe out a lot of that yardage gained on first down. And it'll now be second down and about 7. Tyler Legacy starters up front. DJ Johnson at left tackle, left guard, Nathan Power. Center, Eric Miller, who's making the transition from left guard this spring. Right guard, Anthony Antunes, and at right tackle, Tristan Woods. 2 tight ends on the field. Former quarterback Von Lane, the second tight end in the game with Bo Slaughter. Offset shotgun. Jackson a middle give again, but this time not as successful. Maybe got a yard on the play. Maybe 2. It'll be 3rd and 5.
Got to be careful out there, man. I know being a receiver, you get antsy out there, especially after just making a big play. So, got to be able to hold in and hold your water there.
Lane will check out, as I mentioned, the former quarterback. He started the final 3 games of the year for Tyler Legacy in 23. Backup quarterback last year. He's kind of used in wildcat spots. 3rd and 5. 1-on-1 with TK Brown, bottom of the screen. The give is up the middle. Jackson right at the marker, but I think they're going to mark him. They might give him the first down. Initially, the official on the far side, it looked like he was going to have him short, but it is a first down. Tyler Legacy, 1st and 10. Slaughter remains in the game. 3 receivers. TK Brown, bottom of your screen. Harris Brownlow at the top. Looks like DJ Owens in the slot. Sophomore Gray calling the signals as he'll hand to Jackson, who is swallowed up immediately. Good job just to get back to the line of scrimmage. So it'll be second down now and about 10. We did get back to the line of scrimmage. Now, going back to your days playing for the Red Raiders, I know you were a tight end. You were mostly lined up, not really spread out wide, were you?
No, I didn't play very much of that tight end set when I was here. I was mainly just a wide receiver when I was here. But if I did line up, I was like you say, I was more of in the slot, playing out of the slot.
4 receivers here, including the tight end Slaughter. He's motioned into the backfield. Gray talking through the cadence, and it's another middle give. Jackson pouncing to about the 45-yard line. Call it a gain of 3.
As we spoke about a little bit before the game, it's good to see that they're trying to pound that ground. Good to see they're trying to pound it early. Set the tone for the game.
Actually, a couple there for Jackson, who's been the only back here in on drive 1. They're planning on rotating the backs here tonight. Jace Love, Rodney Burnley, even some Bam White. And flags flying before the snap. Looks like it is going to be a timeout by Tyler Legacy, and we're going to take it with them. Again, I apologize, no score or no time on your screen tonight, but 9 minutes to play here in the first quarter. No score. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics. Live in 3, 2, 1. Back here from Rose Stadium. First quarter, but a tough spot here for Tyler Legacy. It's 3rd down and 8. Motion man across the way, Bo Slaughter. Gray, he'll fake. Gray looking left. He's throwing left, and it's intercepted. Picked off at the 40-yard line by Texas High's Peyton Walker. Gray was looking for Bo Slaughter, it appeared, and instead the first interception of the season for Casey Gray.
Well, that's all right. Like we said, everyone's having some jitters tonight.
Yeah.
First game, and that's okay. As long as he doesn't let it get to his head, I think we'll be all right.
So Gray's pass is intercepted by Walker, the 5'11 senior cornerback, on the interception. It's going to be 1st and 10 Texas High. So the initial momentum for Tyler Legacy comes to a screeching halt, as it looks like Gray talking with his head coach, Bo Trahan, on the sideline after that interception. And good to see Zach Davis going right over to him, putting a hand on his shoulder. Hey, it's going to be all right.
Yes, sir. That's most definitely needed. Most definitely needed. But like my coach said in college, it's a game of breaks. So let's see what the defense can do for us, so they can give us a break right here.
New look defense. They're going to have a lot more 4-man fronts this year with a couple of backers. Texas High at the controls. Here's Cam Reitner throwing deep on the first play. Down the sideline, it's incomplete. Jaden Walden in coverage that time against Shavonte Montgomery, who we'll take a peek at what he did last year against Tyler Legacy on your screen now. Last year, Shavonte Montgomery, 5 receptions, 125 yards, 2 touchdowns. Montgomery, as well as Tredarian Ball, who we talked about earlier, the Oregon-bound running back. He'll play some receiver as well. He's out at receiver right now. He's in the slot. Those are their big weapons. Here's a give. Ahmad Moore sweeping to the left, and Tyler Legacy all over it.
Ooh, good job up front by the D-line.
Just a yard on the play, and it's going to be 3rd and long. As I mentioned in the pregame, Cam Reitner making his first start since 2023 at quarterback, played all of last year at receiver after David Potter came back healthy, and obviously that was a good move. Potter was one of the best quarterbacks in the state. He got a PWO to TCU, if I'm not mistaken. 3rd and 9 here for the Tigers. Reitner, back to pass. Reitner has to roll out of the pocket. He's going to try to use his feet. Harris, rather Sibley's right there, and will force him out of bounds. That's a good first series for the defense.
Most definitely is, and that's what we call a break. Defense went out there and did exactly what they're supposed to do. Great job, defense.
So nice job there by the Tyler Legacy front. And it's 4th down. 4th down and about 7. As I mentioned last year, a lot of moving pieces defensively, and they really struggled at times last year. So to get a stop right off the bat against an explosive offense, that's a good thing. Trying to get a number of the guy dropping back to punt. It's game 1 for all of us, I guess. It looks like that might be Ahmad Moore actually punting, and it is a wobbler, and got a nice roll at the end, but not a very good punt. I believe, we'll see where it's marked at by the Official right at the 40-yard line. That is going to go down as a 17-yard punt, JT. 17-yard punt.
Yeah, it went down to a 17-yard punt. Gives us a really good field position right here for the Raiders. This drive ought to be good. I think maybe we got those jitters out in that first drive.
See how Cason Gray rebounds after the early interception. Seeing the Red Raider offense back out on the field. Gray in the shotgun, Slaughter the offset tight end. 3 receivers. Gray will give straight up the middle to Jace Love into the game, who's going to get a nice push from his offensive line for a couple of yards, and then he's pushed backwards. Jace Love into the game, last year's leading rusher, Jace Love. 638 yards, 9 touchdowns. 2nd and 8. Tyler Legacy had a nice run on first down to begin things last drive, but they've kind of struggled since. And again, a couple for Love. It's going to bring up 3rd and medium.
I like that we keep attacking the ground. Just keep getting a couple inches. Every inch counts. 2 and 3, those add up. We're probably going to have to take a shot here.
3rd down. We haven't seen him take a shot yet. I will say it's been pretty much one-on-one coverage between Roman Wyatt, the outstanding cornerback for the Tigers, and TK Brown, the leading returning receiver on this roster for the Red Raiders. Gray pumps. Now he'll go deep right to TK Brown, and he threw it in the bread baskets.
What a great catch by TK Brown there.
How about that grab? Cason Gray, too, puts it right on the money. His first pass after the INT is a dart.
He let him know about it, too. I don't know if you saw the little celebration at the end.
So 1st and 10 at the edge of the red zone as Jace Love will pillage ahead for a couple more. A lot of extracurricular activity happening in week 1, but I know you remember that happening, especially early in the year. A lot of hand fighting.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's ready to get into it game 1, and it happens so much. But it's part of the game, and I love it.
6:38 and counting here in the first quarter. Gray in the shotgun. Here comes a blitz. The give is to Love, who tries to bounce to the left, and he got a couple before he's pushed back again. So Love will now depart. Into the game now quickly. Looks like it's Bam White. First time we've seen him. White into the game here on 3rd down. And 3rd down and medium, what's your thoughts here? You got a new kicker, obviously. You lose the leg last year of August Williford, who was really money. You got a new kicker here today. And
if it's me, I would try like a quick pass.
Yeah.
Quick slant. But let's see what they do here.
RPO, Gray look left.
Perfect.
Now he's throwing. Slaughter diving. What a catch! Bo Slaughter says, "I'll go get it." Touchdown, Tyler Legacy.
Oh, we love to see when the tight end gets involved in the offensive play.
Oh my gracious, Bo Slaughter. We've heard so much good things about him this spring, and right away the touchdown.
What a great play. Tight end held in for probably about 2 seconds, got out. Linebacker was just a little bit too slow on the upkeep, and a great ball by the quarterback, just dropping it right over the linebacker's head. Great play.
You can see the celebration in the end zone. 6-0 Red Raiders. What a grab on the touchdown. I mean, an unbelievable catch, and Cason Gray with another great throw.
Looks like those jitters are definitely out of the way.
PAT coming on. Looked like a false start, and there is the flag. This will not count. Oh, maybe it will. Maybe it was offsides. I thought it was false start initially, but the kick is good. 7-0 Tyler Legacy, and we're going to hit a timeout. Red Raiders playing with 5:50 to play here in the first quarter. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics.
Bro, I got locked into the game.
I was actually involved in a rear-end collision, and I was injured. It's not a fair and perfect world. Sometimes you have to have an attorney, and I just happen to know a good one. If you were to hire them, they're not gonna promise you the world and underdeliver. I received a pretty sizable amount of compensation. It would have been a nightmare if I hadn't reached out to Biggs and Greenslade.
We always dreamed of upgrading our car, but trying to navigate it all? It felt like being lost in a maze. Then we found Kelly Community, where someone finally helped us find the way. They listened, asked questions, built a plan that worked for us. With competitive rates, simple approvals, and real rewards for loyalty, we finally felt in
3, 2. Welcome back here from Rose Stadium. A heck of a drive for Tyler Legacy, capped off by an outstanding catch by Bo Slaughter. The senior tight end gets the Red Raiders on the board for the first time in 2025. By the way, Boston Russell, who just kicked that PAT, his first career made PAT. The junior will kick off here. Russell into it, end over end. Caught it about the 9-yard line. A big hole, and oh my, here we go. Off to the races. One man to beat. Gets around Russell. 40, 30, the cutback to the 20, 15, 10, 5, and down at the 2-yard line. I didn't even get the number of the returner because that was so quick up the left side.
He was moving for sure.
I believe that is Gerard Hopkins, if I'm not mistaken, number 11. I apologize if I got that wrong. It's completely on the opposite side of the field from here, but Hopkins down the left sideline, first and goal from the 3.
Well, credit to the blocking that he had on that run. I won't lie. They did a really good job, and he found those holes.
Kind of a breakdown by the kick team for Tyler Legacy. Some open holes through the middle. So a big kick return will set up the Tigers here at the 3-yard line. First and goal, Cam Reitner and company, who went 3 and out their first time out, onto the field. Ahmad Moore, again, the running back in the backfield. They're splitting out Shadarian Ball, who will play some running back and some receiver, the Oregon Duck, future Oregon Duck. He's in the slot. Moore, the inside give, and great penetration.
Great job right there by the D-line. Like to say, it's not over till it's over, so Tyler Legacy could at least here still give up at the least 3 points with them being so close. But I think they have a good chance. If they try to keep running up the middle, I think we'll stuff them.
I'll say this. Tyler Legacy's defensive line was pushed back a lot last year in the run game. Early on tonight, you wouldn't have been able to tell. They are moving on the defensive front.
They are doing it. They've got great stamina right now, and they're playing hard.
Second and goal for the 4. Reitner to pass. Looking left. Lobs into the corner of the end zone, and too far. Was probably going to be pass interference against Staten Boone.
But a little handsy.
Yeah, hey, a little handsy back and forth, but the ball was overthrown out of the back of the end zone, and I think that's good coverage by Boone. Kind of know where you're at.
Too. When both the receiver and the defender are playing with each other with their hands, they'll never call it. If it's one way or the other, though, they will.
So here
we love it.
Here we go. Third and goal. Trips out to the right. Texas High trying to pounce here on third down. Looks like man-to-man coverage. Reitner to pass, looking left. Now he'll step up to run. Reitner takes off, and Reitner did not get there. This defense, it's looking good.
Got a late flag.
Flag after the play, potentially unsportsmanlike. And this is a big penalty on either side. It's either going to give Texas High first and goal, or it's going to set them up fourth down way back. But I think this is going to be against Tyler Legacy. We will have officials' mics at some point this year.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yep. Personal foul against Tyler Legacy. So something that you just cannot let happen there. It was going to be fourth and goal from the 2. Instead, first and goal from the 1.
That can kill the win of yourselves, but let's see how they respond.
Just need about 4 feet here to the Tigers. Reitner, the jet sweep to Ball, who's taken down right away. What a tackle on the edge. That's Bauer Sivley. There's 3 Sivleys now that have played at Tyler Legacy, the younger brother of Barrett. Bauer's younger brother in Dane is a sophomore safety on the team. How about setting the edge there?
Man, what? He read that play like an open book. We love to see plays like that. And set them right back to where they were before the penalty.
That's a big loss because it was first and goal from the 1, now second and goal from the 6. Loss of 5. Looked like maybe some movement pre-snap. Lobbing to the corner, Montgomery, and it is
out of
incomplete.
Bounds. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Montgomery came down with the football, was working on the sophomore Elijah Richardson, his first career start. But incomplete. Texas High has just been real stagnant. This is now going on play 6, where they started from inside the 3-yard line. This would be a big win. After the penalty, if you can find a way to get your defense off the field on 4th down.
I think we can do it.
See what the look. Tyler Legacy showing some pressure. It's a run straight up the middle, and it is stuffed. How about this defense, JT?
My goodness. Sibley in on the tackle again. Slipped that person coming out lead blocking and got right in on that tackle. What a man, he's doing a good job this drive.
And here comes the kick team. What a win if this just ends up being 3 points for Texas High. They had 6 cracks at it from the 3 and inside, but they're going to have to settle for a field goal try. It looks like out to kick is Ian Delk once again. This is a 23-yarder. Snap back, hold down. Kick is low and wobbly, but it finds its way through the uprights. 23-yard field goal is good. And with 3:23 to play here in the first quarter, a big win for the Red Raider defense. They still lead. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics presented by B&G Law.
I was actually involved in a rear-end collision, and I was injured. It's not a fair and perfect world. Sometimes you have to have an attorney, and I just happen to know a good one. If you were to hire them, they're not gonna promise you the world and under-deliver. I received a pretty sizable amount of compensation. It would have been a nightmare if I hadn't reached out to Biggs and Greenslade.
We always dreamed of upgrading our car, but trying to navigate it all? It felt like being lost in a maze. Then we found Kelly Community, where someone finally helped us find the way. They listened, asked questions, built a plan that worked for us. With competitive rates, simple approvals, and real rewards for loyalty, we finally felt in control. Now, we're not just driving a car, we're driving toward our future, backed by a team we trust. Kelly Community Federal Credit Union. Feels good to do.
Can I run it? No, I'm going to have to cut. I'm going to cut. Welcome back here from Rose Stadium. Another pooch kick here on the kickoff for Texas High, and it goes straight out of bounds. That'll be a penalty. And good starting field position for Tyler Legacy. Let's go back to the defense, JT. I mean, how about that stand? 6 straight plays from inside the 3.
Amazing. Anytime your front 7 can do that, and you can trust your DBs on the outside to stop them from trying to get a quick dump over the top, oh, man, that's just an awesome job. Anytime a team gets to the red zone and you can stop them 6 consecutive times, I don't even know what else to tell you right there. It speaks for itself.
Fantastic job by the Red Raider front. Let's see what the offense can do. Bo Slaughter, last time out with the touchdown reception. I believe it was a 16-yard touchdown. The one-on-one, they got kind of the isolated matchup, but a fantastic catch and a great ball from Kason Gray. That's got to give him some confidence after the interception.
Oh, for sure. I think he's left all that in that first drive.
Let's hope so. 3 receivers, as always, here for Tyler Legacy pretty much to start out. Haven't seen a lot of Von Lane, but I know we will see some double tight end looks as this game does go on. Here comes Demarion Malone in motion. The slot receiver will take the jet sweep, trying to get the corner, and he did not. Taken down hard at about the 34-yard line was Malone.
Not a bad run, though, especially for first down. Got some pretty positive yards. Looks like they're trying to play the hurry up.
Ticking down near 3 minutes here in the first quarter. Here's a give off to the left. Jackson stumbled and then tried to get a couple extra yards. It looked like he got about 2, maybe 3. 3rd and short. I can see Zach Davis now on the sideline. I mean, he has taken kind of that leader role, bull by the horns. I mean, he's down on the sideline giving signals to Kason Gray. He's got the brace on his right leg, but he's about as involved in the game as you can get. He's definitely rooting for Gray's success. Looked like Texas High might have flinched, but no snap and no point. 3rd down and about 3 here. Gray takes the snap, looks to pass. Good protection. Throws over the middle. Deflected and dangerous. Nearly intercepted. He was looking for Bo Slaughter, who's, it appears, not very happy with the officiating. I think he thought he was held, but instead it's going to be 4th down.
Not a bad play call right there. I like how they spot up over the ball. It's a simple play, easy route, easy throw and catch, but just not this time around.
Gray had really good protection. I will say is there's lightning way deep out in the distance that I just saw. But you look at it, he had great protection there. It almost felt like, not that he rushed the throw, but felt like he had kind of the hot feet in the pocket. I think that's something that will come along with time.
It definitely will.
Luke Sanders back to punt. This is his first career punt. If indeed he does punt, it looks like the hard count, then a super high snap.
Well, like we said, everyone's got a bit of jitters on tonight. So I'm glad that he got to do a practice run right there on that snout.
And I believe that it was a...
lightning.
Yep, that is what it is. We have a lightning delay. Jaden Walden throws his helmet down in disgust, as the teams will have to go to the locker room. So we'll keep it here for a minute. It is a 30-minute delay for every lightning strike, and we knew that this was possible tonight. Didn't really get the rain we thought. But let's just talk about the early goings of this game. 2:14 to play in the first quarter. I feel like Tyler Legacy's in very good position right now.
They are. And I actually think that this lightning delay could prove to be good for us as well. Because that defense is playing really hard. Gives them a chance to get off their feet and relax a little bit.
Gives Luke Sanders another 30 minutes to think about his first career punt. But, yeah, both teams are headed to the locker room. But through the first, we get through the first 10 minutes. Your jitters... You didn't need them. You're realizing right away on air. I can tell you're getting this right away.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying, but then it's so different. Just coming back in. I've called a couple games before for our high school when I was in college, the local one in my town.
Yeah.
But it's different when you're back at home. So it's just, and I'm gonna get caught watching the game a couple times.
Yeah, I know. I saw you on the first couple plays. You were like, "This is different," because I was usually down there. But we will have to take a timeout. I will preface, it's 30 minutes for every lightning strike. The teams are going back to the locker room. It doesn't really look like there's a bunch of rain in the area at the moment, but
yeah, it doesn't.
It is moving our direction to an extent. Looks like, as of 7:20, it looks like it might veer off towards the west and hit more Brownsboro, but hopefully that is our only break in the action. But at the moment, we are at a lightning delay. While we are at a lightning delay, we're going to take a break. We'll come back about 5 minutes before the game is set to resume. And hopefully, just 30 minutes. Reese Land and Jeremiah Turner will be back. on. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. This is a mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check 3 4 3 4. Mic check 3 4 3 4. Mic check 5 6 5 6. Mic check 7 8 7 8. I think I know the exact issue. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. All right, just wanted to pop back here during the delay. Reese Landon with Tyler ISD Athletics. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now. I know we were super echoey, so this break actually gave us the time to realize that our audio board was actually not working properly. So hopefully you can hear me better now, and I'm kind of using this as a test. If nothing else, crowd mic is on. You should be able to hear us a lot more clearly now, so I apologize for any confusion in terms of that. It is 7-3. Right now, we're in the back half of the first quarter. The Lightning timer had to restart a couple times, but we're back down to 13 minutes and counting, so we might be starting here in about 13 minutes. Again, I apologize for any of the audio issues. Like I said, we were kind of work in progress tonight, kind of figure it out as we go, but I think we have it figured out, and hopefully, when I check this back, it did work itself out. So 12:45 and counting on that Lightning counter. If we don't have any more Lightning, we'll start in 12 minutes and 45 seconds. This is Tyler ISD Athletics. Well, we're back, and hopefully back for good. The Lightning is gone, and hopefully you can hear us a lot better from Rose Stadium in Tyler. The Lightning is now out of the area. Rain's still coming down, and we are set to resume. Reese Landon, Jeremiah Turner, we're set to resume. Hopefully you can hear us better now. You can feel free to tweet at us, Facebook us, Instagram us, whatever, if you're able to hear us better. For the first 9 minutes of the game, we did not have the audio board plugged in correctly. The simplest thing that, everyone should remember as a broadcaster, and just slipped my mind. So it's game one for everybody, but hopefully you can hear us a bit better now. We're ready to pick things back up.
Like I said earlier in the broadcast, I'm a little out. Like I said earlier in the broadcast, everyone's having just some pregame jitters tonight. Even the weather it's acting up on us having the jitters. But I think we're about ready to get this thing back rolling.
Well, here we go. 7-3 if you're rejoining us. 2:13 play here first quarter. Luke Sanders back for his first high school punt. The Lightning delayed it before. This one snapped back, and he gets it away. This is a pretty good punt by Luke. End over end, and a fair catch called about the 33-yard line. We'll keep it here so we can just kind of break down everything that's happened so far. Tyler Legacy, you probably heard our echoing voices on the first touchdown, but Bo Slaughter with a touchdown catch early. The Red Raiders took the early lead. Texas High on the ensuing kickoff returned it all the way to the 3-yard line. I've been told it was Gerard Hopkins on that return. They had first down, second down, third down from inside the 3. They didn't convert. An unsportsmanlike conduct penalty gave them first and goal from the 1, but they gained negative yardage on 3 plays and had to kick a field goal. Tyler Legacy just a 3-and-out before that punt in the delay. And now we're back to it. Appears the crowd is a little more into it. Here's a throw left side. Cam Reitner caught by Tredarian Ball, who moves to the left, and he got about 8. Nice tackle along the sideline by the Red Raiders. Second down. Austin Humber, who is moving from the weak side to the strong side linebacker position this season, makes the stop. Second leading returning tackler. Straight give up the middle. Big hole and spinning off a man. Ahmad Moore all the way down near the 35-yard line. First and 10 Tigers. Explosive run to start things. Everyone just now getting back in the stands, and plenty of people still not in the stands following the delay. Reitner with a bubble screen to the outside. It's caught by Ball, and a nice hit and driving him out of bounds right near the 30-yard line. I believe that was Ethan Brown in there on the tackle.
Ethan Brown right there on the tackle. Looks like the Tigers are coming out trying to get a little explosive start. They're driving the ball pretty well. Let's see how the Raiders will respond right here.
So 2nd and 3 here, and the give is straight up the middle, bouncing out to the right, and picking up a first down again is Moore, who's getting a ton of run in the run game, more than Ball, who's listed as a running back. He's going to Oregon as a running back, but he's moved around the slot so far. A lot of tempo here from the white and orange. Give straight up the middle. Moore breaks through again, and he is slicing and dicing this drive. He's got a first down to the 13. This looks like a whole different Tyler Legacy defense out of the locker room.
It does. Maybe send down, give them, they got to get their legs back warm. Let's see if they can make a stand like they did the last few times in the red zone.
Reitner, another give to Moore, straight up the middle, who just slithers through the middle, and inside the 10-yard line he goes, a gain of about 4. It's going to be second down. Second down, 10 seconds in the quarter and counting, and I think Texas High is going to take this to the second quarter. Some rain still falling here in Tyler, but we are back and moving after the Lightning delay, and that is the end of the first quarter. Texas High will have a chance to take the lead on the other side of this timeout. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics presented by Greenslade Law.
To do at Biggs and Greenslade is partner with our clients and help them navigate a complicated process. I spent 10 years as a prosecutor and 10 years as a police officer before that, so I've had experience on every aspect of our court system.
I used to work for insurance companies. I was their trial lawyer. I know exactly how the insurance companies evaluate claims. We will make sure that we're hardworking so that we can take over your case and allow you to take care of yourself.
She is honest, but I didn't know she was going to get you like that.
I was actually involved in a rear-end collision, and I was injured. It's not a fair and perfect world. Sometimes you have to have an attorney, and I just happen to know a good one. If you were to hire them, they're not gonna promise you the world and under-deliver. I received a pretty sizable amount of compensation. It would have been a nightmare if I hadn't reached out to Biggs and Greenslade.
We always dreamed of upgrading our car, but trying
to. Back here as we get ready to start the second quarter from Rose Stadium in the Rose City. Tyler Legacy Texas High 7-3 after a quarter in favor of the Red Raiders. Texas High though driving. Reese Land and Jeremiah Turner. Texas High on the move. JT, they got to really dig in and find a way to force another field goal.
From what I've seen today, I'm just not concerned about it. I think they're going to get another stop here.
Optimistic. Here's a give, and Ahmad Moore is smacked by Luke Allen in the backfield.
There we go. There we go.
Well, Allen is get the second quarter updated. Cody Pinkerton helping us in the booth tonight, making sure that I don't make any more mistakes on the broadcast. Messed up the audio. We've got this is kind of a taped together broadcast, but we're hoping it's bigger and better next week. They're down at about 8. It's obvious passing down, I would imagine, for Texas High. We'll see how they play it. Everyone pretty close up to the line. Here comes the safety blitz. Pressure's there. The screen is caught and then dragged in the backfield. Getting away to the outside is Shavonte Montgomery, and he'll walk in. A missed tackle at the point of attack for Tyler Legacy springs Shavonte Montgomery for 6.
You hate to see those kind of missed tackles, but open field tackles are the hardest ones. He was in the right position, made the right play, but just couldn't come up with it right there. And that's all right.
9-7, extra point by Ian Delk, who drove through a field goal earlier. His first PAT is up, and it is good. 10-7 in favor of Texas High. We're just into the second quarter. 11-19 to play in the second. You're watching Tyler ISDF.
I was actually involved in a rear-end collision, and I was injured. It's not a fair and perfect world. Sometimes you have to have an attorney, and I just happen to know a good one. If you were to hire them, they're not gonna promise you the world and under-deliver. I received a pretty sizable amount of compensation. It would have been a nightmare if I hadn't reached out to Biggs and Greenslade.
We always dreamed of upgrading our car, but trying to navigate it all, it felt like being lost in a maze. Then we found Kelly Community, where someone finally helped us find the way. They listened, asked questions, built a plan that worked for us. With competitive rates, simple approvals, and real rewards for loyalty, we finally felt in control.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. We're back here from Rose Stadium as another high kick, but this one fairly deep. Returned by Demarion Malone, who's across the 25 and slung down hard at the 27-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for Tyler Legacy, and Kason Gray back out on the field for another drive. Well, remember, JT, we saw Gray throw an interception on what may have been just a miscommunication between him and Bo Slaughter, but then he came back and he was throwing the ball into the bucket. TK Brown down the sideline for a big gain, and then the touchdown to Bo Slaughter. Hope he can come out rolling out of the locker room.
I think he will. He looks like he's got a chip on his shoulders now, and he's ready to play. And I know that O-line's going to give him plenty of time to do whatever he needs to do.
Yeah, he definitely had time to throw. If you remember the 3-and-out right before the punt, he might have rushed his throw a little bit, but the offensive line protection has been pretty good against a good Tiger front so far. Here's a give up the middle, then bouncing to the left. This is a nice gain for, I believe, Rodney Burnley? Or rather, Pearl Jackson carrying the ball, the starter today. He's got a nice gain. Jackson's played well so far, a gain of 8. There's trips out to the right, one-on-one Brownlow, top of the screen. Here's an RPO screen that's batted down right at the line of scrimmage. L.D. Richardson got his hand on it.
Good play by the Tigers, but if we could have got that over that lineman right there, he had some room to run on the outside.
If they could have found a way. I mean, the blocking was set up. 3rd and 2, you've got some options here. You can run the ball or you can go the pass game. A lot of times last year on 3rd and short, the Raiders opted to throw. We'll see what their choice is this time. Here's a give straight up the middle to Jackson, who kind of stuttered at first, didn't get very north and south, and he's going to be stopped short. He didn't find the gap initially, and the Tigers closed quickly, so 4th and a yard, and looks like the offense is staying out on the field. This could be a hard count situation.
If they choose to go for it, it's not a bad decision. I actually like it. It shows something.
Looks like a couple of extra linemen are maybe coming into the game. The extra linemen into the game for Tyler. Yeah, a couple extra linemen actually into the game right now. It looks like Xavier Roy, a backup tackle, as the play clock is starting to dwindle. It's at 2, it's at 1, and now Bo Trahan has got to call a timeout. It looked like they were just too slow to get into the set. Well, you can understand the reasoning for going for it here. You're playing against a team ranked number 6 in 5A Division II preseason. You know you're up against it. You got to do some wacky things to win, and maybe this is one of them. It's 4th, and you've got the line to do it. If you can get a push, you're going to have this first down.
Yeah, they definitely do. If we can get some good blocking up front and just get 2 yards is not very much, but also it could feel like a lot, especially in a situation like this where they know you're going to run the ball. But I like the call. If he goes for it, this could be a good one. This could change the momentum of the game for sure.
They are going for it. And the extra offensive lineman still in the game. Xavier Roy is lined up at the tight end position. A 6th offensive lineman next to DJ Johnson. And it's going to be a keeper into the game, and taking it is Von Lane. How about the Wildcat quarterback? Well, now you see why he's the Wildcat quarterback.
You definitely do. He's bumbling and stumbling out there. He dragged about 3 Tigers on that play before he went down.
Roy will check out now. How about that? Roy into the game, throws a great block, and a huge gain for Von Lane. So 1st and 10, Tyler Legacy at midfield. The Red Raiders on the move. Back into the game, Kason Gray. Texas High has shown a lot of man-to-man coverage tonight. We'll see if they go after it. Not here. Here's Pearl Jackson, gaping hole. And Pearl all the way to the 35. First down.
Big explosive run right there. We love to see that.
I mean, he looks good. I know I talked to Zach Davis at our media today, and he was very high on one Pearl Jackson. And you can see the burst he has here early. High snap, Gray with the fake. Gray's going to keep it.
Come on.
He's got the edge. Gray to the 30, and then he's pile driven out of bounds, but keeps his feet.
Oh, I love that right there.
And he's tough. He's gonna. I know you talked to Kyle Smith during the lightning delay. He's gonna play some point guard for Kyle Smith this winter.
Oh yeah, that's good right there. Talk about a leader in both on the field and on the court.
So Tyler Legacy with the 2nd and 6 here at the 32-yard line. Just under 10 minutes to play here first half. Again, I apologize for the camera tonight as well as the lack of a clock. We should have that hopefully next week. Here's another run to the left, and inside the 30, pile driving for maybe an extra yard or so is Pearl Jackson.
I thought he was down a yard or two sooner. It looks like he kept his feet and kept running.
I'll tell you what, Pearl Jackson is not in a big back by any means, but he packs a punch.
Yeah,
Up 5'7", 5'8". He's not afraid to stick his nose in there. 2 tight ends in the game, Von Lane, Bo Slaughter. We'll see if Tyler Legacy goes right back at the front. And they will. Straight up the middle to Jackson, but I don't think he got it. As he's driven back, I think he got a yard, and it's going to be 4th and 1. I wonder if Tyler Legacy just goes straight back to Von Lane here on 4th and 1.
I don't know.
I don't see the extra lineman yet. Xavier Roy is on the sideline, and now he's going in. So this is kind of their move. They take out a receiver. They bring in Xavier Roy, the backup tackle, departing is the Tyler Legacy quarterback in Kason Gray. And Von Lane indeed back in the offset shotgun. Von, he's going to keep it straight ahead. He got the first down.
First down, Raiders. There
and how about Von Lane, the converted tight end, just moving bodies downfield. He got about 5. They only needed him to get 1.
Man, I'm loving this offense we're running. Talk about having a tight end, getting down there and getting his hands dirty and getting rewarded by getting to get a first down.
I'll mention it 100 times throughout the year. Former quarterback, but he wasn't your typical pocket passer. I mean, he's going to be able to give you the business going downhill. Gray back into the game. Regular set with 2 receivers, 2 tight ends. Here's another, or actually play action. Gray has time to throw. He'll keep running towards the sideline. He tries to get around the corner, and he got a solid gain. There is a flag in the secondary. Thrown near the 15-yard line. We'll see what we got. Flag now being waved off, so there's going to be no penalty on the play, and it was a nice job by Gray, keeping it, got what he could.
He did a good job. He tried to see if any receivers would come open late. He held it as long as he could, then decided to use his legs. Very good decision. He's playing, I told you, those jitters are gone.
Yeah.
He's playing like a pro now.
2nd and 7. Gray takes the snap. He'll give to Jackson, sweeping around the left side. Got around 1. He's inside the 15 and dives down at the 14-yard line. He's going to bring up another 3rd and short, and this has been an impressive drive. Last year, Texas High dominated Tyler Legacy up front. This year, it has not been the case, at least offensively for the Red Raiders.
Yeah, we look very strong up front. Jackson's doing a great job carrying that ball.
Another 2 tight end set. They go right back at the teeth of the defense. Indeed, they will. Jackson, he's inside the 11-yard line where he's taken down, but that'll be enough for a 1st down. Tyler Legacy doing really good work here on this drive. Jackson will come out of the game. Looks a little bit hobbled, but he's taken a lot of runs on this drive. So not quite 1st and goal. It's 1st down and 10 from the 11. Gray fakes to Jace Love. Pop pass out to Lane, but he had no real estate to run with.
Not a bad play design, but Texas High was all over it this time.
They were ready for it. That was 31, Caden Kreiner, the senior linebacker on the stop. This Texas High defense, they have some standouts. Cornerback Roman Wyatt was a big player last year. They've obviously got the defensive lineman and Duncan McGee, who's committed to TCU, big number 90 in the middle, but so far, Tyler Legacy, they have not really shown any go away from Duncan McGee. They've kind of gone right at him in the middle of the Tiger defense. I think this is where you might see Gray air it out. 2nd and 10. Love the back. And it's going to be another give to Love, who's inside the 10 and down at about the 8-yard line. He picked up about 4. We're going to call it 3rd and about 6 here for Tyler Legacy as we tick under 6 minutes to play here in the 1st half. Tyler Legacy eating up some serious clock on this drive as well.
As they should. Take your time. Be poised.
They want to keep that Texas High offense on the sideline as long as they can.
Precisely.
We knew coming in Tyler Legacy was going to have to run the ball to be able to win this game, and they're running it well so far. Gray looks to pass. He throws.
There
Love
we go.
Wide open. Jace Love for the touchdown.
That's what I'm talking about.
Red Raiders back in front. Jace Love's 1st career touchdown reception. And oh boy, we got something brewing here in the Rose City tonight.
Yes, we do. Man, are they coming out on fire.
You can see the end of it, the wheel route wide open for Jace Love. You got to love that play design. Bo Trahan, we know he's an offensive guy. He goes into the bag of tricks, and he gets 6.
He had multiple guys open on that play right there, too.
Well, I know I talked to you about this a little bit in our conversations before today. Tyler Legacy will run that formation, that open gate formation, with Ethan Brown potentially taking a snap, but now he's just going to go back and hold. Boston Russell, the junior kicker, his 1st PAT was good. The low snap, but the kick is good. How about this? Tyler Legacy, 5:15 to play in the 2nd quarter. Red Raiders leading at 14-10. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics, presented by B&G Law.
Do at Biggs and Greenslade is partner with our clients and help them navigate a complicated process. I spent 10 years as a prosecutor and 10 years as a police officer before that, so I've had experience on every aspect of our court system.
I used to work for insurance companies. I was their trial lawyer. I know exactly how the insurance companies evaluate claims. We will make sure that we're hardworking so that we can take over your case and allow you to take care of yourself.
I'm going to cue this up just a little bit. Logan, can you... It's like we're back. We're still working through some technicalities as the game goes on, but I appreciate all of you guys for sticking with us. I know our audio is working when our viewership is way up from where it was. It's about double from what it was at kickoff. We got over 300 people in here now watching. I apologize for the audio issues earlier. Hopefully they're figured out now, and happy to be along for this call. JT, obviously we did all the introductions and everything. No, I feel like people could hear you, but they couldn't really hear you. It's your first. They could hear you, but not to the extent they can. Now, this is your first game back. Kind of tell me how the first quarter and a half has been. First game back at Rose Stadium after playing here, obviously, a couple years back.
It's been beautiful. My last game here was my senior night, and that night we played Mesquite Horn, and we dominated them pretty well. And coming into this game, I know we weren't favored, but these guys are coming out and playing some football. And it's good to see the Raiders still doing what they always have done, get out there and play hard.
Darian Martin on the return. You saw that pooch kick that Texas High had already tried a couple times.
I see they went back to it. They did come out after the lightning delay and kick it deep, trying something different. We didn't even think that the kid had a leg to go deep. So I don't know what the game plan is.
Too.
Maybe trying to keep it away from our returners.
We'll see how Texas High fares on this drive. And the main concern last year, Tyler Legacy was just dominated up front so thoroughly early that it put them behind the eight ball. I mean, you're down 21-0 after the first quarter. It makes it tough to establish a ground game when you're down like that. Tonight, that has not been the case. The offensive line has really moved some people. And I want to give a shout-out to the interior of the offensive line so far. Eric Miller moving over to center. You got Nathan Power at left guard. And it's your guy, Anthony Antunes, at right guard. They're moving some space. And then you got the tackles as well, and DJ as well as Reitner's back to pass. Woods, by the way, the right tackle. Throwing the run by Reitner, but incomplete. He was looking for Shavonte Montgomery. Here comes the rain again. It's starting to come down quite a bit harder now, and for Texas High, might create a little bit of a wrinkle because this offense is so potent, but a lot of it is relied on the passing game. They're going to have to be able to run the ball to win. I shouldn't say to win the game, but obviously run their offense.
Right. That was a good job, too, by the interior D-line right there, getting some pressure to him, making them roll out of the pocket. That makes a big help. You can get the quarterback moving around instead of sitting right there in the pocket.
The offensive and defensive lines have been noticeably better today than they were last year. Ethan Green into the game at defensive tackle, dropping the pass. Reitner, he's throwing deep down the middle to the slot, and it is caught. Trendarian Ball. Well, that's why he's going to Oregon, folks. What a catch. And it's a first down for Texas High.
It's all going to come down to the battle in the trenches. That time that his O-line gave him plenty of time to throw it, and he got a good pass off.
Staden Boone was out there in coverage, and he wasn't in terrible position, but a nice play, and breaking through, nearly scoring on the play. Ahmad Moore breaks it off to the 15. Good and a late flag drops in after the play. And do we potentially have another personal foul coming? And Texas High is starting to move backwards. I think they're going to throw this on the Tigers.
Well, there you go. Like I mentioned earlier, my head coach, when I played at Washita Baptist, Todd Knight, he says it's a game of breaks. When you get a break, you got to capitalize on it. This is a break right here for sure. After a big play, setting them back a good 15 yards.
So it is a personal foul, but it is not unnecessary roughness. It's a face mask. So it's going to be a 15-yard penalty, and that'll not only wipe out the first down, which you still would have had with the unnecessary roughness. That's going to go back to the spot of the ball, and 15 behind that. So Texas High is now all the way back at their own, or at Tyler Legacy's 43-yard line.
All right, let's see how the defense capitalizes off of this opportunity. This is great right here.
Cameron Reitner, the quarterback, calling the signals. Played receiver last year. Now he's at QB. First and 25 for the Tigers. Reitner to throw. Looking all day. Now he lobs wide open. Trendarian Ball on busted coverage. And he will walk into the end zone with a leap. Touchdown Tigers. They retake the lead. Well, JT, it looked like there was just a blown assignment along the sideline, and they forgot all about Trendarian Ball.
It's hard to forget about a guy that just made a big play, but sometimes it can happen. Yeah, they definitely a busted coverage right there, but I'm still not concerned. I believe the offense is going to come out and respond accordingly.
Well, we got maybe an offensive shootout brewing here in East Texas as Delk on for the extra point, trying to make it a 3-point edge. His kick is up, and his kick splits the uprights That'll take us to a timeout. We'll take a 30-second timeout or rather a 45-second timeout with them. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics presented by B&G Law. Back here from Rose Stadium, our score 17-14 in favor of the Tigers. We've got about 4:13 to play here in the first half. Reese Land and Jeremiah Turner here from Rose Stadium as Ethan Delk will kick it away again. Or rather, Ian Delk. My apologies.
I would just like to highlight, I've never quite seen a kickoff formation like the one that the Tigers.
Look at this one, and Texas High recovers.
Wow.
Another pooch kick, and nobody ran towards the football, and jumping right on it are the Tigers. Wow. I believe that was 41, Zachary Dillard.
They stuck with it. I think that's about their 4th or 5th pooch kick tonight, and I guess it finally worked for them.
Well, that is going to put a Tiger defense right back out on the field, and they've got to dig their feet in the sand. Remember, Texas High's got the ball coming out of the half, so that changes a lot. And the defense that was just gashed by Tredarian Ball in a couple of plays last drive back out on the field. Rain still coming down fairly in droves on a rain-soaked night here in Tyler. 1st and 10 from the 38 for the Tigers. Reitner back to work, and he will give straight up the middle. Tredarian Ball in the backfield this time. He got out of the first tackle and got to about the 34-yard line.
Wasn't bad there by the defense. Got to keep flying around. Got bodies to the ball. That's what got that stop there. Everybody needs to try to keep corralling to the ball.
Tyler Legacy lost their first 3 games last year, trying to flip that here as flags fly before the snap. Actually, I think we're getting a timeout on the sideline by the Tigers. That'll be their first of the half, and we'll keep it here during the timeout. 3:47 to play in the half. JT, I like the game changes so much with Texas High getting that recovery because they get the ball out of break too. So I think right here you got to find a way to dig in, and if you're not going to score again before the end of the half, at least hold them to at minimum 3 here. Giving up 6 would make it tough.
I think that's why their coach called a timeout. More of like not think they couldn't have ran the play. They weren't ready to control the clock a little bit. I think they're going to try to take their time pushing this, but I don't think we're going to see a big pass come here. I think we're going to be trying to pound the ground here. If I was Texas High anyway, trying to control the clock, not give Legacy another chance to get back out there and throw the ball around to try to score again.
Jerry Stanford, the head coach of Texas High, he's done a fantastic job there with the Tigers, who were number 1 in 5A Division II at points last year, but they were upset in the playoffs. And while we got the moment, Kelly Community Federal Credit Union has been serving Smith County for over 60 years, caring for our community like family. From savings and checkings accounts to loans and investments, we're here to help you achieve your financial goals. With Kelly Community, save more, earn more, do more financially. So here we go. Back out of the timeout. It's going to be 2nd, and we'll call it 7 here for the Tigers. Tyler Legacy trying to dig their feet in the sand. 4-man front again. They've had a lot of those tonight. As here's play action, some room for Reitner to throw on the run, and he found his man inside the 20 and dragging a tackler to about the 15-yard line again. That's that man, Tredarian Ball.
Looks like I stand corrected. Took a shot out of the timeout. Not a bad play call at all. Let's see what we can do here. We've been really good in the red zone. I think we still got a chance to get a stop here.
Another handoff inside. This time, though, the Red Raiders ready for it. A couple of guys in there on the tackle. Looked like Ramon Gabriel was one of the first to the football there, as was perhaps Adam Anderson? Or rather, LaDavian Johnson. LaDavian Johnson. Still working to get all these names in the book. Our spotter charts don't even have everybody on them yet. So we're trying to figure out who's going to be in and who's going to be out in week 1. 3 receivers here for the Tigers. Reitner to throw again. He tried to throw the bubble. Now has to roll away. He's going to take off and run it inside the 10 and drag down at about the 6-yard line. I think that's going to be enough for a first down. Actually, looks like the officials are going to give him about the 4-yard line. So clock ticking. We're under 3 minutes to play in the half, and I think Texas High is going to take their time here. Nice and slow. Don't want to leave Tyler Legacy too much time. 3 receivers, a stacked box for the Red Raiders. It's going to be a quick screen to the outside. It's caught. Moving, making a move. Shavonte Montgomery gets around the whipping tackler, and he's into the end zone for the 2nd time here tonight. So that's 2 years in a row now. Shavonte Montgomery has found the end zone twice against Tyler Legacy, and just like that, Texas High, they got all the momentum. They lead by 9. Good blocking on the outside, but Javonte Montgomery made a man miss and walks into the end zone. Extra point by Delk is up, and it is good. Red Raiders got their work cut out for them. Down 24-14 here late in the first half. We got 2:20 remaining. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics presented by B&G Law. Back here, late in the first half, 2:20 remaining. We'll see if the Red Raiders have a 2-minute drill in them. Texas High out to kick again. Remember, they recovered the kickoff last time, the little short poocher, and now Tyler Legacy creeping everybody up. It's going to be another poocher. This one a little bit deeper. Who wants it? Caught at about the 25 by Demarion Malone. 35-40. Malone, he's got the sideline. Off to the races.
Come on,
can
boy.
they catch
Come
him?
on. Come on.
They
There we go.
A kick 6
Touchdown,
for the Red Raiders.
Red Raiders.
How about that?
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Oh, celebrate that one. What a kickoff return for Demarion Malone, his first career varsity touchdown.
We've heard that a couple times tonight. My goodness.
Wow. Electrifying. Just when you feel like you're at the bottom, Demarion Malone takes them all the way up to the top.
That's all it is.
We had a kick return to the 3-yard line earlier, and now the Red Raiders get a touchdown on one. They didn't have a kickoff return or punt return touchdown all of last year. PAT by Russell. It's up, and it is right through. Wow, let's keep it here. Demarion Malone, how about that? I know Bo Trahan has talked him up during the offseason. You didn't really know where he'd factor into the receiver rotation because there's 3 older guys in front of him. You want to get on the field at receiver, make plays like that in the kick game.
That's what I'm talking about, man. It takes a special guy to step up and be like, I'm going to make this play. He had a couple good blocks, but the rest of it, once he hit the 50, was all him. What a great run, man. That's exciting. That's the kind of plays you need to shift the tide of the game. And we got some time. If it was me, I'd try to do a pooch kick just like they did. I want to go get another one.
Unfortunately, though, it is a double-edged sword because remember, Texas High, they can score and score quickly. So I think if you're Tyler Legacy, I think you're okay with it being 24-21 at the break if you can get it there.
That kind of play give your whole team some good morale right there. So the defense should have some wind behind themselves.
Football
Maybe we
is
can
a game
create
of
a turnover.
swings. Yes.
We might be able to create a turnover here. That would be good.
Demarion Malone, his first varsity game, houses a kick that goes 81 yards into the end zone for 6. So we'll see how the Red Raiders approach it now. We are at about 8:45 p.m. local time, so we had the lightning delay. Thank you for those who stuck with us, hoping to avoid that for the rest of the contest. Here's Russell. And here is the pooch kick. High in the air. This one is caught at about the 32-yard line and slung down right away. Return man, Darian Martin. So both teams playing to that pooch kick, and the rain will definitely help that.
Can I call myself a psychic?
Game one?
Yeah, game one. Let me calm down. But I shout out to Coach Ball right there. I think he might have heard me through the headset.
Yeah.
That's good.
See how this defense fares. They played so well early on, but ever since the lightning delay ended, they have not been able to stop this red-hot Tigers offense. A high-scoring first half, 45 points, and potentially more to come. 3 split out wide for the Tigers. The guys you got to pay attention to, though. Number 3, Tredarian Ball. Number 1, Shavonte Montgomery. They've been almost the entire offense in the passing game. Reitner dropped the snap, and he's actually going to run for it himself. Finds a few yards, and he's pushed out of bounds at about the 39-yard line.
We'll take that. Got to try to capitalize on that loose ball, but we'll take that.
Looked like Jacob Harris that time there to sling him out of bounds.
This drive is going to be all about what can that front four do. Pressure.
I believe that is the 2-minute timeout, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yes.
As Tyler Legacy will talk it over in the huddle. Yeah, you got to find ways, obviously, to stop the big two. I feel like Tyler Legacy has done a good job against the run game by and large. You had the one drive for the Tigers, but they've done a nice job defending the run. Their issue has been the pass. You've got to find a way to keep, and not only Reitner in the pocket, when he does distribute it, you got to wrap up. I think that's the main theme of the first half. Defense has done some nice things, but that's what set them back.
Right, open field tackling right now. Like you said, got to wrap up. We're in position. We can make these plays, just got to wrap up. That's all it is. I feel really good about this drive. We get some good pressure on that guy. Oh, we're going to be good because they're going to try to air it out here, like you said. We know exactly who they're looking for.
Well, it does look like Sanders Wiggins, the sophomore tight end, is split out in the slot here, so I don't think we've seen a 4 wideout look yet, at least that I can remember from the Tigers. Tyler Legacy just continues with that 4-man defensive front. They've been pretty bullish on it so far. Here's the lefty, Reitner. He's going to toss it long. He's got a man way downtown, but he missed him. Oh, man. Elijah Richardson was beat on the far side, but breathed a sigh of relief, and guess who he missed? Tredarian Ball.
Man, we've heard a lot tonight, but a misconnection turned out to be a blessing. Love to see that. Love to see that if you're a Raider fan right now.
Reitner put plenty of air on it, but just too much. So now this puts you in a situation, 3rd and 5. If you can get an incompletion here or stop short of the 6, you have a chance to get the ball back before the end of the half.
And we do. Let's see if we can get this stop.
1:45 to play. They run it, and a broken tackle by Moore. Still on the move. He's right near the marker. We'll see where they spot it, and I think
he's short. I think he's short.
I think he's going to be short. They did not. I'll tell you this. I don't think they gave him a very good spot at all. They gave him a full yard
I think
short.
They gave him a great spot, sir.
Great spot for Tyler Legacy.
Great spot for Tyler Legacy there.
Texas High going hurry up. They're going to try to snap this. Oh, they got the encroachment. Now it's a free play down the sideline, laying it out there, and it is caught at the 24-yard line. Pass is complete. And I believe that was Shavonte Montgomery again. Or rather,
I think that was Braylon Pearson on that.
Braylon Pearson. Far side's tough to tell, but a first down for Texas High, 107. And now the clock running again. Texas High taking their time, and now we have a timeout by Tyler Legacy.
All right. I like the call. Give us some time to get get ourselves composed.
Yeah, I think that timeout is. I don't think it's to try to get the ball back. I think it's to let your guys catch their breath more than anything else.
Exactly.
That's just an unfortunate play because Texas High was playing the hard count. They got the jump. You see the free ball all the time. Obviously, you look at guys in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers type guys that are perfecting it. It looked like textbook there from right near to his receiver.
It definitely did. We might have had too much focus on 1 and 3 and forgot about 9 over there on the sideline.
Yep.
So, but that's all right. We still got an opportunity here to keep them out. And I still like the front four. I think they're doing a good job giving them enough pressure.
So it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 25. And the unfortunate part about that third down play, Tyler Legacy had Ahmad Moore dead in the rights in the backfield, right at the line of scrimmage. They didn't wrap up. He was able to get 1 yard short of the first down, and obviously they wouldn't have went for that 4th down if you tackle him at the line of scrimmage.
They definitely wouldn't have. But man, shout out to the Tigers. Great play call. That's textbook. Getting the man to jump. So either way,
I'll tell you what, Reiner might have overshot ball earlier in the drive. That kid is not afraid to sling it. I'll give him that. I mean, he is not afraid at all to let that thing go downfield.
He's got some moxie. We'll say that for sure.
Also a baseball player, really good baseball player for the Tiger baseball team. All right, back to it. 1st and 10 for the Tigers, and they're going to run it here straight up the middle, and that is going nowhere. Stood up right away, and a very interesting play calls. We're now under 50 seconds to play.
I tell you what, we are on that run game. We are on that run game. If we can stop them in the air, they're going to be in some trouble.
And Texas High is just kind of waiting time here. We're under 40 seconds to play.
They got some confidence behind them, but let's see how much.
You gotta use this to your advantage if you're Tyler Legacy. I mean, they are taking oodles of time off the play clock. A slant over the middle, and that's why Tredarian Ball is into the end zone once again. His 2nd touchdown today. The Tigers have struck 4 times on passing touchdowns here tonight. So Delk on to kick, and that is kind of a backbreaker right before the half. You were hoping to have him. It was an interesting strategy by Texas High. They took so much time off the clock, but when you can do that, I guess it makes sense. As the extra point is blocked, it is nearly scooped up, and now still on the ground. It's just going to roll out of bounds. Ethan Brown tried to scoop and score it, and had he picked it cleanly, he might have, but that's a tough play to make on the run. There is an injured Red Raider on the field. And while that injured player is on the field, we're going to step away for a timeout. Extra point blocked after the touchdown. It is 30-21 with 25 seconds left in the 2nd quarter. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics.
I was actually involved in a rear-end collision, and I was injured. It's not a fair and perfect world. Sometimes you have to have an attorney, and I just happen to know a good one. If you were to hire them, they're not going to promise you the world and under-deliver. I received a pretty sizable amount of compensation. It would have been a nightmare if I hadn't reached out to Biggs and Greenslade.
We always dreamed of upgrading our car, but trying to navigate it all, it felt like being lost in a maze. Then we found Kelly Community, where someone finally helped us find the way. They listened, asked questions, built a plan that worked for us. With competitive rates, simple approvals, and real rewards for loyalty, we finally felt in control. Now, we're not just driving a car, we're driving toward our future, backed by a team we trust. Kelly Community Federal Credit Union. Feels good to do more.
Back here from Rose Stadium, 2nd quarter, Texas High 30, Tyler Legacy 21, 25 seconds to play. Ian Delk to kick it away again. Another high pooch kick and a fair catch right away signaled for by the Red Raiders. We'll take it at the 24-yard line, 25 seconds to play, and we'll see how Tyler Legacy opts to play this. You could get risky. The only issue with it being risky is you only got 25 seconds. You do have 2 timeouts, but you've also got a sophomore quarterback making his first career varsity start in a passing offense that hasn't really pushed the envelope downfield much.
Here's how I think it's going to play out. Pass, run, pass. I think all it's going to take is 3 plays, end zone.
25 seconds. Pretty gutsy.
I think we got it.
All right.
I'm a psychic. Remember, I'm a psychic. I think we got it. For what? It's coming.
We'll see what they opt to do. It definitely looks like a pass. 3-man front for the Tigers. Gray will throw. Looking left, throwing left. He's got a man, but just a little bit too much in front of his receiver. But Peyton Walker, the safety, had good coverage over there as well. I'll tell you what, if he put it in the breadbasket to his receiver there, Peyton Walker would have delivered a hit.
That would have been beautiful. Just a little overthrown. He's got his throwing shoulder warmed up now.
Yeah, haven't seen a lot of the receiving game emerge yet. Saw the big grab by TK Brown earlier. Looking left now, rolling to the left, throwing on the move. A flag behind the play as the pass is a little bit too tall for his intended receiver, but there is a flag down. Where it was thrown probably tells me holding. Indeed it is. I believe Jaden Kemp was the intended receiver far side. And now I think with 15 seconds on the clock, 2nd and long, you're probably just going to run it or knee it to go into halftime. We'll see.
That's possible. I think it might be a good call, but I would definitely like to see him go for it.
See what they opt to do. Pearl Jackson back in the game. High snap. The give is to Jackson straight up the middle, and that looks like indeed the plan. Jackson pillages ahead for a couple as there's some hand fighting breaking out after the play. Don't see a flag yet.
I think they're going to run it here.
6 seconds, or did I think Texas High may have gotten a timeout. Texas High did get a timeout. So I believe they're now out of. I thought that was their last timeout, but the scoreboard is still showing 1. I could be completely off base there. So we'll just pretend like there's 1 timeout. You're taking this timeout, obviously, too. Actually, there it goes. Okay, so they do have no timeouts now. So you're taking this timeout, JT, basically just hoping for a bad snap.
Right.
And
Then, they love the field position. They want something bad to happen, but I don't think that'll be the case. We'll probably get one more handoff here and going into halftime.
30-21 is our score. If you're just joining us, a wacky first half. Bad audio here. A lightning delay. A lot of scoring. Third down and a country mile as the give is going to be to Pearl Jackson again, who breaks a tackle, spun out of another. I'll tell you what, he's tough to bring down. It took a host of Tigers to bring him to the turf, but they do, and that will end the first half. Tyler Legacy trailing 30-21 after 1 half. Some work to do in the second half for sure, but all in all, if you would have told me coming into this game Tyler Legacy was able to put 21 points on the board in the first half, I would have been feeling good. The issue, I shouldn't say the defense, they just have not been able to stop the trio of Cam Reitner, Tredarian Ball, and Shavonte Montgomery. It's just been unstoppable thus far.
They are doing a really good job, the Tigers are. Those 3. In the air. I mean, we're killing them on the ground. But in the air, they have been punishing us a bit. So it'll be good to see what we change up maybe in the secondary coming out in the second half. But I've got no complaints. I mean, we're playing a great game.
Playing hard for sure.
If we come out with that same energy and mentality second half, who knows what's going to happen.
Nick Redwine, former Red Raider great, and actually Texas Longhorn as well after he was done playing for the Red Raiders back in the day. He graduated in 2004. He's being inducted into the Tyler ISD Athletic Hall of Fame here tonight. So the former Red Raider and Longhorn being
introduced on the video board, and we're going to step away for halftime. We'll come back after halftime. We're going to play some commercials, and then when the band gets on the field, we're going to play some of the Tyler Legacy Band on your screen. So until then, Reese Land and Jeremiah Turner, halftime, 30-21 at the break. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics.
His impact on the field was further recognized by Dave Campbell's Texas Football, which named him to its second team All-Texas Super Team. Nick's football journey continued at the University of Texas, where he became part of one of the most storied eras in Longhorn history. As a member of the UT football program, he contributed to multiple championship runs, including the unforgettable 2005 National Championship and the back-to-back Alamo Bowl wins in 2006 and 2007. He finished his college career as a Fiesta Bowl champion in 2008. Redball's success is rooted not only in his talent, but in the unwavering support of his family. He credits his parents for instilling in him the values of hard work, dedication, and discipline. He also shares heartfelt gratitude for his high school position coach, Willie Williams, and the entire staff at Robert E. Lee High School who helped shape his journey. Today, Nick Redwine is a devoted husband to Brittany and a proud father to two beautiful daughters, Kennedy and Charlotte. His story is one of perseverance, passion, and pride. From the Robert E. Lee class of 2004, please join us in celebrating Nick Redwine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Nick Redwine on his induction to the Athletic Hall of Fame. now, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the field as the Southern Bells will perform with their heroes tonight. A very special treat.
Welcome back here from Rose Stadium as we are just about ready to get started here in the second half. Shout out to Logan pushing the controls behind the scenes here for us tonight. Second half coming up 30-21. Texas High over Tyler Legacy. Reese Landon and Jeremiah Turner here for this one. JT, 4 touchdown passes in the first half for Texas High. 2 to Tredarian Ball, 2 to Javante Montgomery. How do you slow those guys down here in the second half?
That's a good question, and I'm going to give you a very honest answer. I don't think we can
about to say I don't know off the rip.
slow these guys down. But the goal is to, we know, like they say, they're going to get theirs. So we want them, they're going to catch the ball, but after the catch. It's the yards after the catch. If we can stop the yards after the catch, I think we'll be okay.
Well, Tyler Legacy will kick off down 2 possessions here to start the second half. So this is a pretty big drive to open things up, especially when, Texas High gets a score. They're up 16. They're up 2 touchdowns and 2-point conversions, obviously pending the extra point because the last one got blocked. That's the only reason that if they score a touchdown here and kick the extra point, it wouldn't be a 3-score game is because it was blocked and nearly housed on the PAT. But I know you were about to get up and excited for that.
I was salivating.
Ethan Brown had his hands on it, but on a slick night on that turf, not an easy exchange.
It's not. It's okay though. I mean, if he would have got that, I might have jumped through this freaking press box and been on the field, man. That would have been awesome.
Boston Russell, the kicker to tee it up. We'll see if they try that onside pooch kick type deal here. They could try a conventional onside. Honestly, given how Texas High moved the ball, it really wouldn't shock me if they do try for an onside kick right away just to keep their offense off the field. But we'll see.
Looks like they might go for a squib. I mean, he's got that ball intentionally laying on his side.
Texas High creeping up. And we are underway. It is a squib kick down the middle. Fielded at about the 31-yard line. Cutting to his right is Darian Martin, who had a couple of returns in the first half. He didn't get very far up to the 36-yard line before he's tackled. I believe Micah Harris in on that tackle. The sophomore, his first varsity start here tonight. Harris now coming off the field. We've seen a lot of 4-3 alignment for Tyler Legacy thus far. And that has obviously worked well against the run, but you have to find a way to stop the pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's with a 4-3 setup. I mean, you're pretty good. You're pretty good coverage as far as guarding like the pass as well. But I mean, when you got extraordinary guys out there like 3 and 1, it still gets pretty tough.
Some late movement here for the Tyler Legacy defense. Elijah Richardson now sprinting. 4 receivers to start and another 4-man defensive front. Another 4-3 look with Austin Humber kind of playing along the slot. Here's a give straight ahead. Waiting his turn is Moore trying to bounce it. He does. He's across the 40 and out to about the 44-yard line. A solid gain. Staden Boone there on the tackle.
See that crackback block by number 3 there?
Yep.
I'm not going to lie. I don't like that. Anytime they throw their hands up, I think it's a flag. I hope they get them next time. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that.
You still are a Red Raider at heart, I can tell.
Oh, yeah.
Here's a quick screen to the outside. It is caught by Xavier Powell, who makes a move across midfield and finally escorted out near the 45-yard line. It's first down, Texas High.
Man, it looks like they want to come out and play dirty.
There and a late flag coming in.
Because what is going on?
Bauer Sivley hobbled.
I mean, that wasn't a
Tell us
block.
what you saw on the replay here. Yeah, it looked like we're going to cut back to it. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, the offensive guys playing defense.
And the officials are now huddling to talk about it. It looked initially that it was so late that you're thinking, okay, personal foul. But they might just be discussing illegal block.
I mean,
and
that's
now
as illegal as it gets.
Texas High is walking backwards. Yeah. We didn't catch too much of it on the screen. Yep, you called it. You called it.
Yeah, you can't do
legal
that in
block
the open
below
field.
the waist.
You can't do that in the open field, at least not anymore.
So this is going to set Texas High back quite a bit. I believe that's a spot foul. Is that correct?
Yes, that is a spot foul. But, yeah, because it happened right here. Yeah, that's a spot foul. Well, whatever
it might
foul
be a 10-yard penalty from the original line of scrimmage. Honest,
it looks like a spot
we're
foul.
We're supposed to know this type of thing,
but
I
believe that's a spot foul.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 2nd and 13. So that'll wipe out the first down off the 2nd and 3, and now Texas High behind the 8 ball. I think these are the opportunities where you know you have a struggling defense, this is where they have to execute. When you get the gimme here, you get the 2nd and long.
Right.
I'll give Elijah Richardson some credit. The sophomore, he is not backing away from the receiver at the line of scrimmage. All day to throw. Now taking off is Cam Reitner. He's across the 35 to the 40 and down at the 42. Finally slung down.
I'll tell you what.
Now, Austin Humber.
He got a lot of yards right there, but he had to run. Yeah. So that's a good sign. We like to see that.
That was one of the first times today Reitner's had a completely clean pocket, too. See if the Red Raiders can get home here on 3rd down and about 5. And a fumbled snap. Reitner picks it up. Now he's trying to create. Here comes Jacob Harris, who can't get him. And oh, Luke Allen let him get out around the outside. Reitner is still running. And finally down at the 44-yard line. And Reitner maybe a bit shaken up at the end of that. Maybe just out of breath.
Yeah, he's just out of breath. I'll give it to him. A great run by Reitner right there, but they're getting to him. They're giving him a reason to run. He can't throw right now, but we got to contain him. We can contain him. This would be...
Allen thought he was going to cut it in. Instead, Reitner cuts out. Well, I could have told you this was going to be run after that long quarterback run. And it goes for a couple. Ahmad Moore, again, the ball carrier. Senior for a couple. See big 56 on your screen right now. That's Quay Ford. Top 75 player in the class of 2027. A junior, he's got offers from everywhere. 6'5", 295. Not hard to miss him at left tackle. A couple of 4-star left tackles in the junior class going at it here tonight. You've got DJ Johnson committed to Texas A&M on Tyler Legacy's side, and Quay Ford, who is going to follow him at some point to the Power 4 level. Same class, both of them playing left tackle. Reitner will hand off up the middle. Moore had a crease initially, but a nice job to pull him down from behind. I believe that was Stadion Boone again, who's kind of been all around the football. Rather, that was Ethan Brown. Brown over 100 tackles last season. Intercepted a couple of passes, which led the team's leading returning tackler. 4 pass breakups as well. Here's a 3rd and 5. Texas High right back to the well. Moore straight up the middle. He was stood up initially, but then a great push at second contact, and I believe that's going to be a 1st down.
Like you said, great push by the O-line there. But we knew going in, both O-lines are big and physical. So good job by the Tigers right there, giving the extra push.
LaDavian Johnson is now jogging back into the game as Carmelo Johnson lost his helmet. And that is big for Tyler Legacy based on the fact that Johnson was really banged up at the end of the first half, held his arm coming off the field, but he's back in the game now.
Good to see that for sure.
Tyler Legacy does have some injuries this week, not to go into them too much, but they do have some injuries, so depth right now is not exactly plentiful. As ball bouncing here to the right, he's got a solid run and finishes the run hard out to the 25. Stuck his nose in there, picked up 9. It'll be 2nd down and 1.
Tides are shifting just a little bit in the trenches down low on this drive. O-line for the Tigers seem to be giving it to us right now, but let's see if we can make a stand here. Like I said, we've been really good in the red zone all day.
Back in the gun, Reitner. He'll give straight up the middle. Should be enough for a 1st down. A couple of yards for Tredarian Ball. That'll move the sticks as we're now at about we're just under 8 minutes to play here in the 3rd quarter. Well, it hasn't really been the explosive plays this drive. It's just been constant movement for Texas High.
This might be the difference in the two teams. So we can tell that if you look at all our guys right now, everyone's got a hand on their hip. We might be starting to get a little tired. But if we can find our 2nd win, I think we'll be just fine. Just need one big stop.
Yep. 1st and 10 from the 24. Reitner rolling out to his right, tries to cut it back, and oh my, Cam Reitner. Oh, there's a late block, and Brody Trahan is on the sideline. Not happy at all with the officiating. I saw you throw up your arms. Looked like maybe a crackback block, but nothing called.
Man, that's the 2nd one I've seen on this very drive.
That one was not quite as blatant, but I'm kind of surprised there was no flag after the first flag. Obviously, he was blocking below the waist, but felt like that one was enough to warrant the blindside block.
And they missed another one earlier, too. So, I mean, maybe it's not enough. Maybe the guy's got to leave his feet.
Cam Reitner is running around in the backfield right now. I'm not saying he's the same deal, but he almost looks like Johnny Manziel at Texas A&M. The way he runs around in the backfield, just creating chaos. Here's a throw to the outside. Looked like maybe a hold, and Tyler Legacy's coaching staff is not happy at all right now with the officials. Tackle made, but it looked like a Red Raider was being held, and I'm not the one to go after officials. I've never claimed to be, but
right.
We don't go seeming a little bit I don't even know the word for it.
I don't know.
They're letting them play.
They're missing some obvious calls here. They're missing some, but he did get off. He did get off and make a good tackle there. So all's well that ends well. But yeah, we're missing some calls.
Probably 4-down territory for Texas High, given it being 3rd and 4. They might just try to hammer this ahead twice.
Big opportunity right here.
Snap to Reitner. He'll give to Moore straight up the middle. Moore's got a first down before he's driven back about the 13-yard line. Chains will move once again. Texas High continuing to just eke off time. This is now over 6 minutes and 20 seconds into this drive out of the half. Offense has been off the field for a long time as they look on, hoping their defense can find a way to get a stop. Reitner, play fake, slant, and off the hands. Oh my goodness. Xavier Powell had a touchdown right in his grasp, but he couldn't hold on.
We got lucky right there, but sometimes maybe he just got to dust a little water out those gloves. I don't know what it was, but we got lucky right there. We'll see how we adjust.
2nd and 10. Here for Cam Reitner and company. Texas High certainly taking their time. This has been much different than the first half when they were go, go, go. It seems like they're just trying to wear out Tyler Legacy into the second half. Can the Red Raiders muscle together a stop? Pre-snap movement, and I think this is going against the white jerseys. Actually, I think Texas High may have gotten the timeout off, and they did. So Jerry Stanford gets a timeout off. And with that, we're going to take a 30-second break here from Rose Stadium as the Red Raiders coming off the field. It's about to be 2nd and 10 here out of the timeout. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletic.
To do at Biggs and Greenslade is partner with our clients and help them navigate a complicated process. I spent 10 years as a prosecutor and 10 years as a police officer before that, so I've had experience on every aspect of our court system.
I used to work for insurance companies. I was their trial lawyer. I know exactly how the insurance companies evaluate claims. We will make sure that we're hardworking so that we can take over your case and allow you to take care of yourself.
Back here from Rose Stadium as we keep things moving. As you see the huddle notification, we're going to get that off your screen. Remember, we're trying to get away from the huddle cameras next week. We're hoping that we can do so. Give us just a moment here. We're going to get this up and moving. Give us just a second. I apologize for this.
While Reese is doing that, the game plan here coming out of this timeout is to try to force them to at least
look back at the touchdown while we have a second.
Hoping that the Red Raider interior here can stop him. Give him some pressure if he wants to throw and stop the run up the middle.
We're going to get this updated here really quick. All right. There we go. We're back to it. Camera might be a little laggy. First game, I had completely forgot to reset everything. As going to pass Reitner, throwing far side. It's caught to the 11, and a great tackle on the edge about the 10-yard line. Jaden Walton that time sticking his nose in there to make the tackle.
Very good open field tackle. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Allowing no yak, no yards after catch.
So it's going to be 3rd down and about 7. This is where you got to dig your heels in the sand. I know I've said it all game, but this is where you got to get your stop. If you want to force them to 3, it's right here. Texas High taking their time. We're under 5 minutes to play here in the 3rd quarter. Texas High has milked over 7 minutes of clock off on the opening drive of the 2nd half.
I see a pass coming.
It's going to be a run. Ahmad Moore straight ahead. Good gain as he's near the 1st down, and he may have got it. Oh,
is he short?
I think he may be just no, he did get it. He got the 1st down. So they do go to the run there and pick it up, and my goodness, this has been a well-oiled machine. Texas High has kept Tyler Legacy's offense off the field as we're approaching on 8 minutes here in the 3rd quarter. Run straight up the gut. Moore, did he get in? Yes. Touchdown, Texas High. So the Tigers have now taken a 15-point lead. It looks like they'll kick the extra point to just make it a 16-point game, but what a tough drive for Tyler Legacy out of the break. They had a couple 3rd downs, but could not get off the field, and the offense is going to have to respond with just 3:54 to play here in the 3rd quarter. PAT up and good, or rather, no good. He missed it. Delk missed it. He had one blocked earlier. I thought he had got it, but evidently he missed it wide. So Tyler Legacy down just 15 now. We'll keep it here.
He looked like he rushed his steps a little bit there.
The kick game for Texas High today has been a little bit of a problem. They got the onside kick, which was good, but if you make both PATs that he's missed today, you've got a 3-score lead. Instead, it's 15, and it's a touchdown and then a touchdown and a 2-point conversion away from tying it.
Well, credit to the extra point team there for the Red Raiders. They caused some havoc on one, and I think they got the kicker a little flustered.
Texas High to kick it away. Here's Delk. Puts it in the air, end over end. Here's Demarion Malone. That guy again, we'll see if he's got a crease and a solid return, but he is thrown down hard at the 32-yard line. His helmet came off at the end of the play. And Tyler Legacy's offense set back up. This is a big drive, JT.
It is. If we can come out and score right here, we're right there. We're right where we want to be. Score, stop, score would be a perfect scenario.
Well, you've got to get the score first, and the offense, which has not been on the field since the end of the 1st half, with 3:50 and counting here in the 3rd quarter. Back onto the field, and I will say there is an offensive line change. It appears that Nathan Power is he still in the game? Jordan Harris is taking over at left guard. I can tell you that much. And it looks like Nathan Power is on the sideline, so a change at left guard. Harris in the game to start the 2nd half. Gray will take the snap. He'll hand off, and Pearl Jackson is met immediately. Taken down for a loss on the play. And a big one. That's about a loss of 4. And I believe it is Nathan Power out of the game, unless I'm trying to get a vantage point. I need to bring my binoculars next week. Need to fix a lot of things for next week, but binoculars is definitely on my list. And JT, I know this is our first game together. We're going to get into some football trivia that we always do trivia. So this is going to be your first game. We'll get you into some college football trivia here in a second.
Okay.
Gray dropping a pass. He's pressured, flushed. Montgomery chasing the throw, wayward to the sideline, incomplete. Rather, Richardson on the pressure there. 3rd and 14 for Tyler Legacy. Well, we haven't seen the receivers really make a very big impact. TK Brown had a couple of catches early on, including a go ball down the sideline, but DJ Owens has been quiet. Harris Brownlow has been quiet. Demarion Malone wasn't quiet on the kick return, but he has not caught a pass yet.
Right. We've been pretty active in the run game, though, this game. So
very much
haven't given many opportunities to the pass.
Here comes Brownlow in motion, and it's a double fake, and the pass tipped at the line of scrimmage. They tried the flare-out pass to TK Brown, and instead swatted down Tyler Legacy, a 3-and-out. So the Red Raiders to the sideline as they go backwards in 3 plays, and Luke Sanders out to punt it away.
Although that play didn't work, I think it's a good sign. I mean, that was a very interesting
It was creative.
Play. Yeah, very creative.
And if you
play.
found the way to get it to TK Brown, he might add some space. But unfortunately for Tyler Legacy, the wide arms of LD Richardson were waiting to swat it down. Texas High playing for a fake a little bit here. I don't see it being a fake. 4th and 14. Sanders will punt it away, and another high kick as it'll bounce and get a great roll inside the 30, the 20, and inside the 15-yard line to the 11-yard line for Luke Sanders. As at the end of the play,
oh, I like that.
Bo Slaughter tried to shove. It looked like that was Shavonte Montgomery into the football.
He definitely did.
How about that punt?
Some football savvy right there. I like that.
That is going to go down as a 60-yard punt for Luke Sanders.
Ooh-wee.
Jaden Walden, it appears, might be a little bit hobbled on the return, and that's potentially a big one. Tyler Legacy's top corner is now hobbled over on the sideline, being attended to by some trainers on the kick on that kick. But for Luke Sanders, how about that? A career-long punt. I mean, this is his first game. I should say season-long punt, but it'd be hard to beat that. 60 yards.
It's going to be a tough one to beat, but he had a good roll. He had a very good roll. If he get a couple more like that, that'd be good.
I was a little surprised at the fact that Texas High is the 2 returners back there. Nobody decided to touch that and at least fall on it right away. They just let that thing roll.
What we call that there is a Peter call. When you got 2 players that
so
close
I
to each other.
got a college football guy with me.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, it's one of those textbook calls. You got 2 returners, and they were like less than 5 yards apart. It landed right between them. You just got to yell, Peter, get away from it, get away from it.
Did I ever tell you I used to play quarterback?
Really?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. Okay. I knew you had played some baseball, so I was like, you might have, you know, throwing mechanics.
I was cross country and track. The broadcast booth called me right away. So they got me up here, not down on that field.
Got you. Well, man can dream. We all want to play
Would have loved to play QB,
right.
but 7th grade, 5'1", maybe 70 pounds, probably wasn't going to cut it in the pocket.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you some history after this.
For now, here is the shotgun snap to Cam Reitner. Oh, boy, he's got a man wide open and walking into the end zone, Shavonte Montgomery. Touchdown, Tigers. This has been a scoreboard light up for Texas High.
The air raid attack by Texas High. I think that's that young man's 3rd touchdown on the night.
It is. The touchdown was recorded, and actually now that I'm looking at it, the ball was moved up to the 40. I guess I was missing something on it. Extra point by Delk is good. That snap was from the 40. The ball died at about the 10-yard line, so I'm just now receiving word about this. I was too busy talking about my quarterback career, and that happened. Wow. So regardless, Texas High with the long touchdown, Shavonte Montgomery. How about the night for Cam Reitner?
Yeah, he's having a great night throwing the air and that thing out. But, yeah, I also just now noticed that.
Yeah, I guess we should be more on top of that. But I didn't see any initial signal on the field. The ruling must be Tyler Legacy touched it around the 40-yard line before they let it roll. That had to be the ruling, and it was the first play of the drive.
Well, you hate to miss things like that. I'm sure they know a little more on the field, but if not, I know Coach Bo's upset too.
Texas High will come out of the break with it. As they kick off here, Delk, another pooch kick. Somebody's got to come up and grab it, and it is fair caught at about the 37-yard line. 1st and 10 for Tyler Legacy with a lot of work to do, down 3 touchdowns.
Not impossible, but it will be hard, especially with the way. Now, that last position, of course, the Tigers scored right away, but the way the Tigers are eating up the clock, it's going to be very hard.
Looks like it's Johnson, Harris, Miller, Antunes, and Kristen Woods on the offensive line. Here to start things, 3 receivers for Kason Gray. Gray will hand it off. Pearl Jackson tried to bounce it, now back inside, and he'll push ahead for 3, maybe 4 yards on the play. 2nd down and 7. Handoff up the middle here, and whistles blow before the play. It appears Texas High took a timeout defensively. So we'll take a 45-second timeout with them. We've got now 2:08 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics presented by B&G. Back here from Rose Stadium on the 42-yard line is Tyler Legacy. Kason Gray in the shotgun. 3 receivers, trips out to the right. High snap. Gray just barely gets a hold on it. He rolls, he throws low, but I think it was caught.
Yeah, scooped up.
And it was caught at the 49-yard line. And that was, I believe, yeah, that was DJ Owens. Owens, who transferred to Longview last year, back with Tyler Legacy this year, had 22 receptions in 2023, his first catch of 2025. Bowling ahead for about 3, maybe 4 there. Once again, we apologize for the camera angle here tonight, as well as some other things that are out of our control. No time on the broadcast as of yet. We're working on it. We're hoping to have it for next week. For now, this is what we have, so we're trying to stick with it and make the best of it until we can get properly connected. So I apologize for that inconvenience. 3 receivers. Gray takes the snap, looks left, throws left, and it is caught at about the 41-yard line, opposite side. And that was DJ Owens once again. Haven't seen a lot of Tacaden Brown. They've targeted him a little bit, but he hasn't had any catches since the beginning. It'd be nice to see them get him going. Tyler Legacy tempo mode. Right up the middle here is Jace Love, who breaks out of the pack, and he's all the way inside the 30-yard line to about the 28-yard line. First down, Tyler Legacy.
Good run right there. Got some momentum behind us right now.
Offense on the move. A late sub for Texas High. They didn't get him off. This is a free play. Straight up the middle is Love again. A flag coming from the secondary, thrown way back at about the 5-yard line. It was dropped way far away from the play. That you can see that far side official at the top of your screen. That is who dropped the flag on the field. And I guess it was just a second flag for that man running off. So it'll be 1st and 5 here as we tick down at 45 seconds in the 3rd quarter. Well, it's Von Lane now in at quarterback on 1st and 5. Remember, we saw the Wildcat look on 4th and short a couple of times. Lane will take the snap, play action. Lane's going to throw for it down the sideline and incomplete.
I like the play call, but we were a little jumbled up over there. Not very much room over there on the sideline.
There was traffic over there for sure, both Legacy and Tyler High. It was intended for DJ Owens.
That is a dangerous player, man. I mean, former quarterback, tight end.
Kason Gray is still on the sideline. Not sure the reasoning, but he is. Here's a design quarterback keeper. Lane straight ahead. Oh, look at that power.
My God.
All the way to the 14-yard line. He helps the defender up at the end.
What chivalry. Run him over and pick him up.
Wow.
Chivalry's not dead, people.
Maybe they just opt for him in the red zone. They want to play more bully ball. Well, they got 2 tight ends in for a reason. Lane again, straight ahead, quarterback keeper. Lane to the 5, Vaughn Lane, run away, Swain Vaughn.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. What a great, powerful run right up the middle.
How about the junior going back to his quarterback roots? Some Tim Tebow in his game, the lefty.
Right.
Straight ahead. And Tyler Legacy's back within a couple of scores, so the offense certainly has not quit. And the PAT coming. Good to see the offense get a drive together because they really haven't been able to be on the field much here in this third quarter. But Vaughn Lane straight ahead. You knew once he got to the 5, he was scoring.
Oh, yeah.
PAT by Boston Russell is right through. And with that, it's back down to a 15-point game. We got 14 seconds to play here in the third quarter. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics presented by B&G.
I was actually involved in a rear-end collision, and I was injured. It's not a fair and perfect world. Sometimes you have to have an attorney, and I just happen to know a good one. If you were to hire them, they're not gonna promise you the world and under-deliver. I received a pretty sizable amount of compensation. It would have been a nightmare if I hadn't reached out to Biggs and Greenslade.
We always dreamed of upgrading our car, but trying to navigate it all? It felt like being lost in a maze. Then we found Kelly Community, where someone finally helped us find the way. They listened, asked questions, built a plan that worked for us. With competitive rates, simple approvals, and real rewards for loyalty, we finally felt in control. Now, we're not just driving a car, we're driving toward our future, backed by a team we trust.
We're back here as we get ready to restart. Fair catch back at the 25-yard line. Again, I apologize for the camera quality here tonight. We're trying to move away from the huddle cameras going forward, but for today, this is our solution. Tomorrow, likely as well, Tyler High Marshall, but we're hoping to have it done for next week. We'll see. Technology is not the easiest thing to figure out. I'm figuring that out here real quick, but just happy to be along back into football season. It's not quite like it is up north, JT, where you can feel a little bit of fall crisp. I mean, it was 92 degrees at kickoff. I feel like it's a little warmer, but football's back. Got OSU Texas this weekend. Great college football slate. Pro football is coming up. By the way, I'll put this in your brain right now. Our trivia will be based around OSU Texas, something with that game.
Okay.
We always do trivia, so this will be your first one.
Let's see if I got it. I won't lie. I have my teams, and that's who I follow. So
fair enough.
I might not do too good.
Yeah.
We'll try it.
We'll see if we can get it. Snap taken right near a quick toss to the outside. It's caught by Montgomery, who bullies his way upfield across midfield and finally driven out of bounds. Javante Montgomery having a huge game here tonight. So 1st and 10, 6 seconds on the clock. Texas High set up for potentially one final play. Reitner will hand to Moore. Working off the left side as he powers his way to the 46-yard line. Tackled by a couple of Red Raiders there. Micah Harris and Austin Humber. That'll end the quarter. Another high-scoring quarter, 43-28 after 3. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics, presented by B&G Law. Back here as we get ready to start the fourth quarter. Texas High now moving towards the south end zone here at Rose Stadium. A lighter crowd here after the lightning delay earlier, and it's just been a long night on a Thursday night. Fourth quarter starting at nearly 10 p.m. Here's Ahmad Moore, who will start working to the left. He's got a nice gain across the 35 and all the way down inside the 30. First down, Texas High. They have had no qualms running the ball or throwing the ball, really, since that lightning delay.
Yeah, they came out full force. But credit to the defense, they're still out there playing hard, and they're in the right position a lot of times. Just got to step up and make those plays.
First and 10 here from the 30. Straight drop back, Reitner. Now he's going to take off to his left. He's got the sideline, and he's near a first down. I think he stepped out a yard short, and he did. Another sizable gain for the quarterback.
It's just hard as a defense when there's a mobile quarterback.
Yep. Looked like somebody flinched up front. No flag. The ball's on the ground. And looked like Tyler Legacy fighting for it. Luke Allen is fighting for it with Reitner right now, but Reitner did recover. I was going to say Texas High caught a break because the tight end definitely jumped in Sanders Wiggins, but I think if you're Tyler Legacy, you'd rather have that because you lose the down.
That was almost a big play right there. Almost got a turnover.
You'd love to see an interception or something that could really change the tune of the game. A turnover, however you get it. Third down, but Texas High has had no problem tonight on third down. Straight drop for Reitner, looking left. He's throwing left, low throw, but he got his man at the 11-yard line. It's caught. Shavante Montgomery again. Or rather, Tredarian Ball. Tredarian Ball on that catch. Another big pickup. First and 10 from the 11. Reitner will hand to Moore, sweeping on to the left. He's got a crease, and he is finally escorted out of bounds at about the 6-yard line. As we tick down near 10 minutes to play. Be 2nd and 5. Texas High taking their time, even with clock stopped after Moore ran out of bounds. Moore the back once more. Reitner in the gun. Looked like Tyler Legacy was discombobulated before the snap. It's a sweep. Cutting upfield. Reitner is near the pylon, and he's in. Touchdown Tigers as they extend their lead once more. 49-28 with the touchdown. And Texas High, pending the extra point, will have a 50-burger. PAT coming. Back to kick once more, Delk. He's had one blocked and also missed one today, but puts that one straight through. So that'll make it 50-28 here in favor of the Tigers. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics, presented by B&G Law.
Do at Biggs and Greenslade is partner with our clients and help them navigate a complicated process. I spent 10 years as a prosecutor and 10 years as a police officer before that, so I've had experience on every aspect of our court system.
I used to work for insurance companies. I was their trial lawyer. I know exactly how the insurance companies evaluate claims. We will make sure that we're hardworking so that we can take over your case and allow you to take care of yourself.
The offense will go and score on it. I have.
Back here from Rose Stadium. 50-28 is your score in favor of Texas High as we get ready to pick things up once again. Back here is on the return. Deep return and then thrown down is Demarion Malone about the 25-yard line. Audio cut out for a second, but we should be back. Again, we're hoping for a much clearer feed next week. Fortunately, it's just out of my control right now. So the Tyler Legacy offense back on the field, and I think the last thing you want to do here if you're the Red Raiders is just quit on it. You've done some good things on offense. And if nothing else, get going for next week.
Maybe I'm optimistic, but I feel like we still got a good shot here. We can score quick and get a stop. I mean, the game, could go either way.
Kason Gray back into the game. Remember, Von Lane bullying his way into the end zone the last time. We haven't seen this. Some real pre-snap motion. Gray will hand straight ahead. Bam White into the game for his first carry tonight, and he got back to about the original line of scrimmage. White on the carry, the junior Bam, or rather sophomore Bam White.
Looks like we got an injured player on the field.
Looks like there's a injured Tiger down that is now getting to his feet, and now he is staying down on the field. So we'll take a timeout to tend to the injured player. Back here as like the injured player. JT, you got an eye on the injured player?
Injured player for Texas side was number 16, Aaron Kelly, but it looks like he's going to be all right. He got up pretty swiftly when we went to break, and he's on the sideline now with the trainer.
We've had a couple injuries tonight, but fortunately it looks like anyone who has got injured has gotten right back into the game. So good to see. Season opener, obviously cramping, and it's your first time really playing in a game. Looking to the sideline. Nice throw here from Kason Gray on target to TK Brown. That time was working on Peyton Walker.
Good pass and catch there to start off the drive.
Brown's third catch leads the team here tonight. Hasn't been a whole lot of passing. It's been really more the run game, but we're going to have to see Kason Gray sling the ball around the yard now, trailing by 3 scores. Bam White now bouncing to the left. He's got a nice crease. Bam White across the 45 and works his way to about the 47. I think he got a first down. He did.
2 back-to-back first downs to start off the run. Very good. Uh-oh. Come on, come on. Got another injured player down on the field.
We do have an injury, and I believe it is an injured offensive lineman on the play. Or rather, no, that is Bo Slaughter, tight end, but he's up to his feet here pretty quickly. Looks like maybe favoring his right foot or right ankle a little bit. Got up quickly on his own power, though. Good to see.
Yeah, and he's walking on it pretty well. I think he'll be back after a couple of plays. Maybe needs to just tape up.
He had the huge touchdown catch earlier in the game. Kason Gray back in the shotgun. Here comes motion. Gray looking downfield. He's got a man. Oh, he had a man down the seam, but a miscommunication between Demarion Malone and Kason Gray. Gray stopped running. It was one of those choice routes, I believe.
It was a choice route for sure.
Yep.
Oh.
Had he kept running, he might still be running. Sophomore to sophomore. Gray takes the snap. He hands off. White tried to bounce, and then he cannot get away from L.D. Richardson. Some extracurriculars after the play between Antonio Antunes and I think that was Duncan McGee. Starting to get to that point in the game where frustration can boil over if you're not careful. Under 9 minutes to play. 3rd and long here for the Red Raiders. Texas High's shown press coverage, man on man all night. Doesn't look like they're going away from it here. And they won't. Here comes the blitz. Stepping up, Casey Gray's got a lot of room to run. That's a great decision for the sophomore. And he's all the way inside the 40. A late hit, and there go the flags.
I mean, it couldn't have been any later.
That was just not a smart play. I believe that was Wyatt delivering the hit, and that's just not a smart play. And I'm sure Jerry Stanford is going to let him know about it.
Oh, I'm positive.
When you're up 3 score, it's one thing if you're winning in complete blowout, it's over, but this game is not quite over yet.
Oh, no. We got plenty of time left on the clock.
Especially
with that.
I know you loved it, too. The decision there, Gray sees the pressure. He sees an opening to the right. Instead of forcing it somewhere, he just takes off and runs. Uses an instinct.
Best thing to do right there. When a quarterback has mobility, it's good to use it when you can.
Couple of receivers out to the left. Couple of tight ends as well. It's Von Lane back in at quarterback here from the 25. Another quarterback keeper. He lost the helmet and hit hard down at the 22-yard line. So Lane lost his helmet. Regardless of what Tyler Legacy wanted to do with the quarterbacks here, Von's going to have to come out for at least one play. Looks like Bo Slaughter is back on the sideline right next to head coach Bo Trahan, ready to get back in. So looks like he's okay. 8-10 and ticking here in the fourth quarter. Three receivers. Gray with Bam White on his hip. Fakes to White. He throws the corner. Malone caught it. Woo! Touchdown, Tyler Legacy.
There you go.
How about this debut? Demarion Malone. Touchdown, Red Raiders.
What a drop in the bucket right there. Great pass.
We said earlier, hey, if you want to get in the game, take kicks back for a touchdown. He gets in the game as a receiver and catches a touchdown.
That's what I'm talking about. What a great game that young man is having.
Tell you what, sophomore to sophomore connection, Casey Gray to Demarion Malone looking pretty good here tonight.
That was a beautiful pass by Gray. That was a beautiful pass. Only his receiver could have got that.
Looks like we have an injury on the far side as well for Texas High. I believe it was the corner covering Demarion Malone, and we have an injury on the field. We'll step aside here for 30 seconds as we watch the injured player be attended to. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics present.
To do at Biggs and Greenslade is partner with our clients and help them navigate a complicated process. I spent 10 years as a prosecutor and 10 years as a police officer before that, so I've had experience on every aspect of our court system.
I used to work for insurance companies. I was their trial lawyer. I know exactly how the insurance companies evaluate claims. We will make sure that we're hardworking so that we can take over your case and allow you to take care of yourself.
We're back here on Tyler ISD Athletics. JT, you got an eye on the injury?
Injury for Texas High was number 20, Peyton Walker. Seems to be walking fine, but it looks like his left shoulder, he's kind of favoring it, leaning over on it a little bit, not trying to put any pressure on it. But other than that, he looks okay. Got 2 trainers with him. I think he'll be all right. Like you said, everyone's been kind of returning to the game. They went out with a little bang up.
A lot of injuries later in the game. I mean, this has been a long night. We kicked this thing off at 7 p.m., and it's 10:06 now. With the lightning delay, everybody had to restart, go back to locker rooms, restart twice, once for the Lightning, once for halftime. The PAT by Russell is straight through. We'll keep it here during the – there is a flag, but I think it's against Texas High because it's being picked up. 15-point game. All right, 50-35. This game is clearly not over, but Tyler Legacy has to get a stop. 2 stops, actually, and they haven't gotten a stop since the Lightning 2.5 hours ago. So, I mean, is an onside kick here a stretch? 8 minutes to go? I don't think it is.
It might not be, but I think it's best to try to give them the longest field possible.
Yeah, which is fair. However, the only issue with that is remember, Texas High took 8 minutes off in the third quarter to begin things. So it's tough any way you slice it.
Quick 3, and that will be ideal. I hope they try to get back to the run game here, Texas High, because we've been, even though they started to have a little bit of more favor to it after, like you say, the lightning delay, but I think if they get back to the run game and we come back out like we were in the first half, I think we'll be good because we can get some quick stops there up front.
Defense is going to have to really hone in as Bo Slaughter is back in on the kick team, so that tells you he's good if he's out there on kickoff. I'll tell you what, looks like there's some new faces on the kickoff team here for this one at least. Ethan Brown to Caden Brown. Bo Slaughter, I mean, they've got some guys who can field it, and it looks like they are setting up for the onside kick. Yep, here we go. Onside kick try is scooped up. Well, guess who was on kick team? Tredarian Ball.
And right next to him was Javante Montgomery.
Yep.
So they had some
Texas
hands
High
over
was
there.
pulling out all the stops there.
Yeah, they had some hands.
So it's going to be up to the defense. It's 50-35 if you're just joining us. Again, we do not have the proper camera this week. We don't have a score on your clock. We're hoping to get that in coming weeks. We just do not have that capability right now. Regardless, Texas High with it at the flip side of the field, the Red Raider 49-yard line. And a big front to start. Also looks like we have a new linebacker in Quinnen Rogers is starting the drive for Jacob Harris, and that could be just for fatigue more than anything else, but Harris is in the game. First and 10, Texas High will go to the run right away. Here's Moore sweeping to the left. He got a crease. He's nearly got the corner. Picked up a first down, though, along the way. A gain of 10, maybe 11.
Another injured player on the field. Man. I don't want to misspeak, but that looks like their star left tackle on the ground.
I believe that is Quay Ford down on the field. That is Quay Ford down on the field, but he's being helped up pretty quickly. He's a big man to pick up.
Oh, yeah.
They got him. He looks, well, he's a little hobbled, but good to see at least he got up initially and obviously hoping for the best. He's really favoring that left leg. Don't want to speculate, obviously, but hoping Quay Ford is okay.
Like you say, he's a big man. They might need another trainer out there to help him. But he's almost made it off now.
So Ford to the sideline, a new left tackle coming into the game. I have not gotten a number yet. Might be Damian Chisholm?
I think it's Dalen Davis. No, I'm looking at the right side.
I can't get a number. He's kind of hidden behind that left guard, but there's a new left tackle into the game. Might be able to see after this play. First and 10 from the 38. Here's another run. This one for about 4, maybe 5 down here for Ahmad Moore.
Yeah.
Actually, it is Braylon Kaysen into the game. The sophomore offensive lineman will take over. So 2nd and 5, Texas High eking off time. We're at about 6.5 minutes. Reitner pulls this one on the read option and smartly did so. He does run out of bounds, and it looks like he might be hobbled at the end of the play. Reitner made the good decision there. He is.
He did.
Yeah, he is.
Got to give credit where credit
injured.
is due. That was a very good decision to pull that ball.
Greg Thomas is into the game, the backup quarterback wearing number 17 to take over for Reitner. So it appears the injury is just really piling up for everybody right now. Reitner did go out of bounds, so the clock will not run. 6:33 to play on the 29-yard line, Thomas and company.
As tired as I thought our defense might have been, I think Texas High is starting to get a little tired too. These injuries seem more like cramps, hamstring pulls, or something like that.
Like there might have been some pre-snap movement there on both sides, but no flag on either side. Carrying at that time was Tredarian Ball for about a yard. Well, this is where you start to teeter on. You got to get off the field territory if you want to have a chance, because we are Next snap is going to be under 6 minutes to play. You've got a 2nd and 9. You haven't had a lot of 2nd and longs. Cam Reitner, by the way, right back into the game. Appears to still be favoring that left foot just a tad, but he is back in. No sign of Quay Ford yet. And some movement before the snap. Instead, a timeout by Texas High. Keep it here during the timeout. That is their 2nd timeout of the half. Or rather, that is their final timeout of the half. My apologies. Yes, just one on the scoreboard. We're trying to pick things up on the fly here with no clock on your screen here today. We're hoping to have it next week again. I apologize for the inconvenience with not having it here today, but we are hoping to have it next week for the rivalry game. I'm going to give it my all. I can promise you that. But we now that we got the break, we can go into football trivia. I know you said you got your teams.
Yeah, but I'm ready. Throw it at me, man. I'm ready.
This one's a little easier. Well, I would say, because I'm an Ohio State fan. Who was the quarterback for Ohio State the last time Texas beat Ohio State in Columbus? This was in 2005. Is it A, hold on one second, A, Craig Krenzel, B, Troy Smith, or C, Joe Germain?
Yeah, see, I have no idea about anything Buckeye.
Yeah, fair
related,
enough.
But,
that was the only reason I didn't write one down today. Our radio booth, Bill Coates, doing radio. They do a great job. 92.1, the team. They're doing the radio call of this game. That was their trivia question. So I took it from them.
Okay. Well, let me just.
I feel like
let me. I'm gonna just say. I'll just go with C.
You're gonna go with Joe Germain. B, Troy Smith won the Heisman.
Oh man, I should have known
the Heisman.
That. Sorry,
I'm
man.
a Buckeye, but yeah. Thank you to Bill Coates for that question. Well, I'll have something a lot more prepared next week.
I was 3 that year, so
yeah, fair enough. I was 4. It's quite the dynamic. I tell Bill all the time, like, you guys got the old guy radio booth, we got the young guy radio booth. I mean, you're 23, correct?
Right.
You're 23. I'm 24. So we got the young radio booth in here. Bill's been around the block for so long. He does such great work over there on KTBB. Run straight up the middle here for a couple. Tredarian Ball. It's going to bring up 3rd down. Tyler Legacy has all 3 timeouts. They're not going to use it yet. This next snap, as we're at 5:25, is going to come down near close to 5 minutes. I wonder if Tyler Legacy would consider taking a timeout if you get him to 4th down right here.
I wouldn't, but it is a strong possibility that they might.
I think you got to think of it more through the lens of we got to get another onside kick. Straight up the middle again, Tredarian Ball, and he's got a lot of space, and I don't think they're going to need the timeout because Ball is right at the marker, and they're going to give him the 1st down. I'll tell you what, this Texas High team on 3rd down has nerves of steel. They'll throw it deep, they'll run it, doesn't really matter, and they've done a great job at that tonight.
When you've got confidence when it's 3rd and 8 that you can go get a 1st down, that's a very strong offense and a very determined coach by pushing them too.
Clock still ticking. We're under 4:30 to play. This place really starting to clear out after the weather and the late night on a Thursday night. Remember, tomorrow we're going to be right back here. Tyler High Marshall, 7 o'clock kick. Straight up the middle again. Tredarian Ball working inside the 15. The offensive line giving him a 2nd push. Look at all those white helmets on both sides in there. To about the 13. Second down. Tyler Legacy, obviously, next week. You got the big rivalry game against Tyler High coming up. That'll be a 7 o'clock kickoff here from Rose Stadium. Tyler Legacy will be the home team. Tyler High will be the away team. Should be a packed house.
It always is a classic.
I know you've played in quite a few of those.
Oh, yeah.
Straight up the middle again. Tredarian Ball to about the 12, maybe the 11-yard line. No, the 12. It's going to be 3rd down as we're under 3.5 to play. Tyler Legacy still circling in fresh bodies when they can, but seems like even the depth is really worn out here today. They've been on the field a long time here tonight.
Right, and then you mix in all the delays and how long the game is drug out. It's been a long one for sure tonight.
Tyler Legacy let some time come off the play clock, but they will call a timeout with 3:12 to go here in this one. Jaden Walton is back in the game and playing, so he was injured earlier and back. Still no sign of Quay Ford at least yet. Obviously hoping for the best. Maybe it's just precautionary, him being on the sideline more than anything else. But
I think they might just keep him out of this one.
Yeah.
I saw him over there getting stretched out, so it looked like one of those hamstring type things. Might have locked up on him. But we're not for sure. But I would say it's safe to assume they keep him out of this one. It's a long season left to go, and it's just game one.
it is going to be 3rd and about 4.
I do see Quay now on the sideline. He's standing over there ready to go. Standing
Oh,
right
yeah,
behind the
I do
huddle.
see him now. That's good to see. We mentioned the cramps. Like, at game 1, you're expecting to see that first time you're really on turf.
Oh, yeah.
However, the rain definitely cooled things off down on the field. So it's not nearly as hot as it was.
Correct. But in Texas, we know when
The humidity.
The humidity.
The
when it
humidity.
rains, it can kill you. It's a silent killer. So.
Third down and 4 coming out of the timeout. Looks like Ford is still standing over on that sideline, so I don't think he's coming in for this play. He's not. We got the split back look now with Ball as well as Moore flanking Cam Reitner. Remember, he was banged up a few plays back, so don't know what his running capability is right now. Split backs. Here's the give off to the right side, working inside the 10-yard line, inside the 5, and into the end zone for a touchdown, Ahmad Moore. That will just about put the pin in the Red Raiders' coffin. 3:08 to play, and it is 56-35. What a high-scoring game in game 1, my goodness.
Both teams came out, and I think both offenses have done really well scoring on tonight, run and in the passing game. Both teams kind of been able to do whatever they really wanted to on offense, coming out of, like you said, that rain delay.
Extra point coming. Ian Delk. P&T's good. 57-35. 3:08 to play. Keep it here during the timeout. 22-point lead. And JT here for Tyler Legacy. I think you just need to get Casey Gray some more reps. I think more than anything else, and get ready to play next week.
Yeah, I agree. I actually do believe that with the time left, as well as Gray has been doing, finding his receivers, they'll march down and get one more late game score, and that'll be the cap on the game there. But yeah, get him some more reps. He's looking really comfortable versus that first drive out there. I think he's settled in. I think he's finding his guys, kind of seeing who's his targets are going to be. So this is going to be, oh, well, doesn't look like Gray is gone. Oh, this is kickoff, of course. He's not in.
It's your first game. You're good.
Yeah.
You got to pass.
Yeah,
first game.
Got to pass. I was like, oh, well, he's not in there.
Yeah.
I definitely don't want my quarterback in on kickoff return. Yeah, so no, he's not out there right now.
Next week, that Tyler Legacy game we'll have right here at 7 o'clock from Earl Campbell Field at Rose Stadium. A couple of Hall of Fame inductees. My good friend Phil Hicks, longtime Tyler Morning Telegraph sports writer. He's going into the Tyler ISD Athletic Hall of Fame. Marion Malone, another chance to bring it out, trying to find some daylight, and he is dropped at about the 23. So 1st and 10 for the offense here. And Kason Gray back out. I did see Von Lane. It's sometimes tough to tell who's going to be in at quarterback with Von playing tight end, but
right.
Offense standing over there as they get ready to break the huddle, and what do we have here? .302 left. And
looks like,
are we getting a re-kick?
Might be.
I think we're getting a re-kick. Like I said, we're without some stuff tonight. Obviously, the time on your screen, which we hope to have, the regular camera angle, but the biggest missing piece is the umpire mic. We don't have the umpire mic here tonight, so it's not as easy to tell what's going on down on the field, but they're re-kicking in some sense or fashion. Marion Malone, I guess, is going to have another crack at it. 3:02 to play in this one. Texas High in firm control, looking to move ahead into week 2. This is not Delk to kick it. Looks like we have a new kickoff man, maybe Rylan McCarley? Yes, Rylan McCarley. He'll kick off. Line drive, end over end, caught at about the 18. Here comes Malone, wigging his way through the traffic until he wasn't, up to about the 29-yard line. Or rather, Pearl Jackson actually caught that on the return. Jackson had a lot of run in the run game, especially in the first half, but with how game script goes, Tyler Legacy kind of had to go away from it. But you will come away from this game thinking, hey, we can run the football. We just have to have the game script to run the football.
Oh, yeah. I think the offensive line did a great job tonight in protection for pass and in the run game. I'm excited to see what all they can do going forward into the season. And they've got a couple people they can roll, too.
You know, it was going to be a tough task against a really good Texas High team, but they've done some nice things offensively. Rodney Burnley, the running back, motioned out. 5 receivers here for Gray as he steps into the throw. Fires, he's got TK Brown right at the 40-yard line. His 4th catch. He's slung down right there. Brown last year was the leading returning receiver, albeit with just 13 catches, but he has 4 tonight. He's definitely the #1 option in this offense. Just trying to find a way to get him going. Tick near 2:30 to play in this one. Gray back in the shotgun. He's got 3 receivers. Across the way comes DJ Owens. Gray, play action, looking downfield. He's got Brown again across midfield. TK Brown out of bounds at about the 46-yard line. Caden Brown's 5th catch of the game. And he's a guy who Tyler Legacy's expecting a lot of things from, because you lost a guy like Zay Hood last year who was such a big, deep threat. He led the district in receiving. He lost a guy like J.P. Rayner, a proven threat at tight end. They don't really have a #1 returning. They're hoping TK Brown can become that. Gray, a deep drop. He'll step up again, trying to get away from the rush. Throws on the move. He's got a man downfield. DJ Owens, but just a little bit too tall. Pass is incomplete. Owens kind of took an awkward jump at it, too. He was kind of caught flat-footed, waiting on the football, and it's incomplete. That's a tough throw to make on the run, though. It's hard to blame either.
It wasn't a bad pass, though. I mean, like you said, Owens kind of got hung up there when he tried to get up in the air for the ball.
Tough play to make, and maybe that'll come with time. 4 receivers again, including Bo Slaughter. Here's a screen set up well, but the throw winds up short. It took Rodney Burnley a little bit to get out on that screen. He was caught up in the defensive line, and Gray's pass a little bit too early. 2:05 to play. Reese Landon as well as Jeremiah Turner here today. Tomorrow, myself and Herman Howard. I got double duty, so I got to get call it 6 or 7 hours of sleep tonight and get right back up at it tomorrow. Third and 10. Gray drops, Gray pumps, now rolls out of the pocket to his left, on the run, that's a nice throw. TK Brown on the catch, spins out of a tackle, TK Brown off to the races, and he's gonna score.
Touchdown, Red Raiders. That was a great play by Mr. Brown.
Well, now you can see why people think he could be a #1 receiver. How about that? Right, you talk about the rack, the run after catch. Right there, you had it.
Yeah, that was awesome right there.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Tyler Legacy might not win this game, but it is nice to see an offense that was so stagnant last year against Texas High. They put some points on the board today. 35 offensive points. You had the kick return touchdown. Like, they've done some nice things.
They have.
They've just got to find a way to clean up defensively.
I wouldn't even say that it's just too much we have to clean up. I think they played a pretty solid game. Missed tackles was big in the open field. But they had a tall task with the receivers.
Yeah, you got to give Texas High a lot of credit.
They had a really good receiving core, and that's hard to guard.
I was telling you off air, this is probably the best receiver group as the play clock ticking down. Pearl Jackson late to get in the game with the late sub, 2 seconds on the clock. Oh no, they did get it with 1 second. Play action, just gonna throw it to the tight end Slaughter in the back of tight end Lane in the back of the end zone. Caught it. And a late flag pops up, some pushing and shoving, and now some blows being thrown. A couple of blows got thrown in the middle, both teams being flagged. And I think this is going to be against Tyler Legacy.
It looked like at first it was going to be on the Tigers, then a second one was thrown. I think at best they'll offset. But
we'll see. A couple of flags. Hate to see this in what has otherwise been a very entertaining game. I mean, talk about points. We just hit the century mark for points combined in this one.
Oh, wow. You are right.
57-43. This is highest game I've seen by either high school in my little over a year calling football here. But I was telling you off air, Tyler Legacy is not going to see receivers like this the rest of the year. Yes, there are very good receivers in a very competitive district, but in terms of two guys in Ball and Montgomery, you're not going to see a 1-2 punch like that anywhere on the schedule. Right. Even at your rock walls in your Forneys, you're just not going to see that.
Right. Well, this was a test to the defense here. There's a lot of young guys out there at DB.
Yes, and they're undermanned right now. They have a few injuries right now. Haven't seen Nemo Forge tonight. I think it's fair to say they're undermanned right now, and it's just a tough challenge. You got a lot of guys out there who were playing freshman in JV ball last year, and you say, hey, we've got Javante Montgomery and Tredarian Ball this week. Good luck. And it's a tough challenge, and there's been spots where they've done positive things. It just hasn't been for 4 quarters. You see the bad tackling. You see the big plays, the missed assignments on the back end. That's going to happen with any young defensive backfield. And it just happened that Tyler Legacy was up against one of the best receiving cores in this entire state. So you can at least put that into your back pocket. And, I mean, not to say that it's going to get super easy, because next week you're facing Trey Harrelson from Tyler High, who's a high-end 4-star recruit. You're still facing good players. But in terms of a proven 1-2 combo in Montgomery and Ball, you're not going to see that on the schedule. So next week, they're still going to be up against it, against Davion Searles, Trey Harrelson, etc. But you're not going to see the proven. Now, Searles and Harrelson very well could be that. Chris Moore as well. Tyler High has some fantastic receivers. It just hasn't showed up as much on the stat sheet yet. Harrelson had a really good, everybody knew about Harrelson's year last year. Searles had quietly a really good year. He's kind of that underneath slot receiver type. Chris Moore has really transformed his body. He didn't get a ton of run in the pass game last year, though. Tyler High could be very dangerous. Just this combination tonight. You got Reitner, you got Montgomery, and you got Tredarian Ball. It just makes a world of difference when you have all 3 of those guys who played together for so long.
Right. You know, like I said, call me optimistic. But we've got 2 timeouts.
After a couple of penalties, apparently both were against Tyler Legacy. I did not realize
both
that.
Of them. I thought they were going to offset.
This is going to be an onside kick try from their own 10-yard line.
An onside kick from this close?
Well, they're gonna have to, because Texas I will just be able to knee it out if not. Well, essentially, they have a couple timeouts, but you have to try for it here. Texas I will essentially, it won't be able to go down to a knee yet, but everything but that. I don't know. They're going to kick it deep. They do have the 2 timeouts.
There we go. Good roll. Get down there. Get down there.
Wyatt
get down
back
there.
to.
Oh, okay.
Wyatt back to pick it up and just falls down at the 35-yard line. So Texas High, this is probably 3 straight runs up the middle and punt. Tyler Legacy, there's a minute 49 on the clock. They have 2 timeouts. So Texas High is going to be able to run it for at least 1 play, assuming no incompletion, nobody goes out of bounds. That puts you down to a minute and 9 seconds. And then the duration of the plays is, 20, 25 seconds. It's going to put you to a punt at about 45 seconds.
Yeah. It's like I say, it's possible. It's possible. I see
They are not mathematically eliminated quite yet. This would be the craziest comeback I've ever seen in my life, but it is not over yet. Tyler Legacy has battled. Give them credit. I mean, they've been down 3 scores at multiple different stanzas of this game, and the offense hasn't quit. And the defense really hasn't either. It's just been Texas High moving it and grooving it.
At the least, I just feel like I see another score for us. I think we can get it down. 1 more score. Let's get to 50.
I hope you're correct. Texas High taking their time before we get into the final stanza of this game. Again, we hope to have better camera quality and everything that comes along with it next week. We'll be working hard this week to try to get that done. Join us tomorrow, though, 7 o'clock, Texas High, or rather Tyler High and Marshall. Weird snap. That was almost like a slow snap back to Reitner as the handoff straight up the middle goes nowhere. It looked like Ethan Green, the first to meet him, number 46. On the carry that time was... Oh, is that Ryland? Is that Ryland McCartney? No, it was not. That was Samuel Cross, the running back on the carry. But Texas High is still going to be careful. Tyler Legacy is going to let it roll after first down. I assume they're going to take their timeout here after second down unless they're just adept conceding it. Texas High has some of the backups in right now. Greg Thomas is back in at quarterback. They do spread it here with 3 receivers, and now a flag flies. I believe this is delay a game. Yeah, well, play clock 8-0, and now the ball just got snapped. Interesting to see the starters get pulled because it's not mathematically over yet, but
right.
Texas High opting to pull the starters. I'm not even saying that because it's a close game. I'm saying you don't want to have a fumbled exchange, anything like that. You saw the slow snap on the last down.
Right.
Like if that's a fumble in the backfield, Tyler Legacy picks it up and scores. It's a 1-possession game.
Exactly. I don't know what they're thinking over there, but hey.
Hey, whatever they've been thinking tonight, I feel like they get a pass for because it has worked. This offense has been moving.
They have been explosive on tonight. Got to give credit where it's due.
Straight give up the middle. And, busting through. This is a first down and more. Samuel Cross finally ratcheted down. That's going to end it. Tyler Legacy will not be able to stop it. And this will likely just be a knee or a run up the middle to end it. And now they're not even going to take one of the timeouts. This should be it. Clock rolling. And that is going to do it. Texas High walking over to their sideline. They're moving up to 1-0 on the season. Tyler Legacy falls to 0-1. A hard-fought game tonight. Red Raiders ultimately just did not have enough gas in the pump. 57-43 is our final as we will conclude this one. We're going to hit a quick break here as the clock ticks to 0. That'll do it. Texas High, Tyler Legacy. We're going to take about a 2-minute break and come back to recap it. You're watching Tyler ISD Athletics.
I was actually involved in a rear-end collision, and I was injured. It's not a fair and perfect world. Sometimes you have to have an attorney, and I just happen to know a good one. If you were to hire them, they're not going to promise you the world and under-deliver, I received a pretty sizable amount of compensation. It would have been a nightmare if I hadn't reached out to Biggs and Greenslade.
We always
All right, 3. We're back here. We have gone final. Texas High 57, Tyler Legacy 43. No, that is not a basketball score. That is indeed football. Football was played here tonight. It took us about 3.5 hours to get done. But JT, first game, I know you had a little bit of jitters last night. I thought overall our first game went okay. Obviously not what you want on the scoreboard for it, but for Tyler Legacy, there's definitely some takeaways. This wasn't a blowout by any stretch of the imagination. They just ultimately did not have the juice to keep up with that Texas High offense.
Right, and I agree with you right there. It came down to that. Texas High they had the edge coming out of that weather delay.
Yeah.
And they never lost it. We couldn't quite catch them. Never turned the tables. But like you say, good takeaways because we did a lot of good things, I believe, on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
I think we showed a lot of grit on defense, still getting out there and playing, regardless of what the score was. And offense took it upon themselves to say, hey, even though we might be losing, we might be down, we're going to go out here and do what we do. And they responded just about every time.
Yeah, they did. But for us, that'll conclude this one. 57-43 is your final. Remember, tomorrow, Tyler High Marshall at 7. We'll have that one right here again. We'll be back here. And then next week, Tyler Legacy, Tyler High. That's a 7 o'clock kickoff. We'll have that one right here at Rose. Hoping by then we have a better setup. But for those who stuck with us tonight, thank you for sticking with us. As always, almost 5,000 views on the stream here today. Thank you guys so much from wherever you are tuning in from. Until then, Maurice Landon with Jeremiah Turner saying so long.